Now I'm recording that.
Sure.
We're back with
you
Day of the
understand?
Damned.
So you're saying I have to
And,
say all that offensive shit again?
yes, unfortunately.
Well, let's
Can
start
we
this
run
over.
the
From the top!
So, right, recap.
Let's start with Chun, who's taken another fort, heads off for her. Then go on to Aethif, who is currently sawing off the support structures of docks in a city.
What's up?
After that, rocks fall, killing your character instantly.
As the last one collapses, I look at it and say, "What's up, Doc?"
The dock collapses, killing Aethif instantly.
The only reply you hear is, "Hey, you're finally awake," as your eyes open to a new world.
Anyways, I believe George and his army were done taking a city and are doing something. I'm not sure what they're up to next. It's up to them.
Have we got like a champion in the army?
That would be you. That is your position.
Okay, well that isn't me.
What do you mean that isn't you? You're the one who did the fucking glory duel, aren't you?
No, I mean like who's the next best fighter? And is he significantly better than everyone else?
That would probably be one of the mercenary commanders, if anything.
Alright, well, George wants to have a meeting with the man in front of a forge and the other commanders.
But let's finish the recap before that happens. May was caught between diplomacy and her current enemy nation. She decided to support her current enemy nation just so that she can drive the diplomacy or the democracy out.
Yes, the Lord has taken on help that he really didn't want, but for now, we'll be friends.
Which leaves Sabina, who had fruitful, possibly, diplomatic discussions with a man she's horrified of.
Yeah, spiritual.
And that being the case, let's start off with Hagia, or Chun's army.
Well, nothing to do except move forwards.
This shouldn't be here, I'm pretty sure.
Yes,
Yeah, it's supposed to be here.
Already met up with their forces.
Yep.
Chun's army moving forward. Give me a roll. Just a look. See if anything happens today. Smooth sailing for marching, I suppose, in your case.
I find 39,000 additional men.
And then you proceed to eat them?
No,
Not very Hagian of you.
that's only one part of Hagia. Pretty sure they're even Aptonites.
Anyway, Aethif. You're still sawing the docks. There's quite a few of them. And it is a tedious process.
Doesn't seem like it would take that long when you're underwater and no one's really there to interrupt you, and you have 24/7.
It's still a tedious process to destroy. It's still a tedious process to destroy vital infrastructure with only a handsaw.
But there's probably
Yeah, but I'm a
hundreds
super
of
awesome
tiles.
skeleton.
Especially underwater, thinking about it.
It's a long.
That would be more of an
tedious
issue for a
process.
normal person.
Sure, you don't have to breathe, but the act of sawing is still more difficult underwater.
No, you just
Is
push
it?
with the current. If anything, it's easier.
You're not exactly swinging it, you're just rubbing up against the wood.
Yes, but the fact that it has to move through a thicker medium than air
Well, not if
makes
that
the
thicker
pushing
medium's
more
pushing
difficult.
with it.
But you
I mean,
still have to
we're near
pull it on
we're near the
back
shore,
side.
so the water's kind of going back and forth pretty quickly anyway. You just completely take advantage of that.
Ah,
That
so
will
you're
not make much of a difference.
yeah.
So while it won't hinder it all that much,
In any
it will not
in any
alter it.
case, are you doing anything else aside from continuing your great work renovating the docks?
Well, how long is this gonna take me?
Let's see. You would have probably sawn off 2 or 3 by now.
Curious how they
Hmm.
plan to respond to that. As they notice dock piles just float to the surface and docks beginning to drift away.
They probably would be responding to that by now, though
Yeah, I kind
how
of figured
is a question.
around by then I'd be done. So how long is this gonna take me?
Well, you've still got quite a few more docks to go, and that's not even mentioning the stone ones.
Well, yeah, I was gonna deal with those differently, but I just wanted to deal with the wooden ones.
You have at least 2 more days worth of work if you're just gonna keep doing it by hand.
You know what? All right. If that's what the first day accomplished, then I'll leave them with that mystery as I head on to another problem.
You mean to cause another problem?
However you wish to
But
interpret this.
what other problem are you moving on to?
Well, it's not targeting civilians if I go for military doctors.
Fair.
I suppose you could try and argue that with the rest of the party. I'm not gonna.
No. I'm talking about like I basically I made a I sort of wouldn't go out of my way to target civilian people. Yeah, basically that's like my one restriction is I can't go out of my way to kill civilians, which honestly was already something I was planning on. So doesn't actually restrict me. But anyway, point is I'm going after the military's medics, and I'm going to start sawing up their docks.
I was gonna saw the bone saws.
Ah, I see. You're moving on from the docks to the docks. All right, give me a roll. See if you can even identify any non-civilian or
If they're working for the military, they aren't civilians, obviously.
true.
Well, what
But
am I rolling?
give
This
me a
is
perception to
before
find some
the convention, so-
some medicine men.
Okay, let me just double check my perception before I.
Has the compact shot.
Yes, it is. Okay, good.
Lightning?
14.
All right, you can identify some you can identify some casters, and you're fairly certain they can do healing magic, but
That's fine.
never really too sure with these types,
Anyway, yeah, saw them up and leave them in like ponds or lakes or whatever.
All right, let's say that's the rest of your day. Just hunting down and sawing up doctors.
Yes.
George,
Yeah.
you've taken this fort and you've been here for a bit, I think. At least a day.
2 days. Definitely 2 days.
I think it has been a day that you've actually been in the fort.
Right.
Anyway, you said you wanted to meet one of the champions before I
Yes.
had to rudely interrupt you to continue the recap.
It's mercenary captains. George will gather them all, along with the commander of the army. And he'll gather them all at the forge of the city.
What exactly are you planning on doing?
Well,
Uh,
this will be
your
a
Austin would
nighttime
ask.
meeting.
Yeah. Osmond would probably check in just to make sure she knows what you're up to before agreeing to anything.
Well, we're lacking on power, aren't we? I'm not
You've got some
voices.
200. You got some 270 men in your army, and
Yes,
you've taken the
well,
fort. It's not really a. The next place to go is the capital, where the rest of the army is supposedly waiting.
Yes, I know. However, I want to secure some more loyalty amongst the mercenaries if I can. Best way to do that is through the commanders.
Makes sense. Follows rationally.
Yes. So, gather the commanders here at night, and we shall have a discussion.
All right, she'll trust you, despite a temporary lapse in judgment you had in Mazaria. You've been competent otherwise. The
Rosario was just the right target.
the commanders gather.
Well, as they gather, they will walk in to see George tending to his arms and armor on the forge. So he'll just be in, I guess, shirt and pants and blacksmith's apron.
All right. They walk in.
Welcome. Welcome. Sit down. We've much to discuss.
Some take a seat, some remain standing.
Please do sit down. It's be a long discussion. You won't want to be tired.
The men seem to find places to sit. Some tables are repurposed.
I'll be with you in just 1 second. And George will finish up putting the new edge on his swords. Well, not gloam render, obviously.
And George is edging his sword.
About to say the same thing.
Honing. When he's done, he will place them all back in their scabbards and lay them against the wall. And he'll approach, and with great big skeletal arms held out wide, he will proclaim to the group, "Which of you is the most accomplished warrior here? Other than myself?"
Start killing each other to prove it. You lose half your army.
This does raise some arguments between the different mercenary commanders.
Let me better phrase this. Who amongst you do you believe is most willing of magical implements? Much like, although not the same, as some of my own.
Seeing the flow of conversation, more and more vigorous arguing is had.
Well, you all narrowed that down to 1 second. Check the number. 6 possibilities at most. And I'll take 2 runners up, although, well, we can discuss that. How many of them are there? Right.
There are 6 in total.
Well, there we are then. Well, Dirty will go off and just finish getting some dents out of his armor while they argue.
All of your champions are wounded.
They will not resort to fighting each other just yet. Although, Oswin will intervene when things end up getting
Not
close to
you
that point.
mentioned, so-
Yeah.
Okay, I can hear again.
Well, the commanders can't seem to decide which of them is the most useful.
I see. Well, that makes sense. None of you want to undersell yourselves. Could miss out on future contracts, after all. But tell me, which of you is most loyal to the cause? Are any of you truly willing to die should the money dry up?
On the mention of money drying up, the infighting stops.
That would definitely
Hey, mercenaries, would you still fight for me if I stop paying you?
I'm going somewhere with this.
I'm sure you are. I just find it funny.
Or would you still love me if I was a worm and broke?
I think Rick meant the worm thing, but I don't know about the broke part.
I
Not
think
to
that's going
mention
as
that
If you had enough money,
expeditiously
if
as
you had,
diplomacy.
if you had enough money, the worm thing wouldn't matter.
Ostwin will loudly interrupt and mention that there is no money issues. They will get paid. The money is already secured in Welland.
1 second, my dog must be let out.
I'll make a kick-ass weapon for the most loyal
Okay, I'm
man.
back. Yes, there is no money issues. I'm merely posing a question.
It's a dangerous question to be just posing.
It is for you.
What?
That is.
What would you do to get your hands on something like this? And you will raise out Virtus.
Decent make. It could be better.
Indeed, it could be. But it was the first attempt at forging a magical weapon one of my descendants has had in a very long time. And considering its goal was to kill me, I would say they did quite well, given my unique constitution. Would you want something like it?
The crowd generally agrees that they wouldn't say no to enchanted weapons. But they do have, well, most of the mercenary commanders have magical weapons of their own.
Yes. Let's have a look, shall we?
Penis inspection. I mean, sword inspection day.
All the gear
Let's
is,
see.
far better than Birdie's.
It's not. Well, the weaponry is certainly better than Virtus. Virtus, while being a sentimental piece, isn't actually all that good as a weapon. Especially compared to something like fucking Gloamrender.
Nothing.
All of
Gloamrender.
yeah, all of their weapons pale in comparison. By the way,
Of course they do. It's black. It's black adamantium. It's
yep.
the most
But-
powerful martial weapon there is.
But the quality of their gear is generally like very good. You if someone
average.
if someone's stuck on birdie symbols, you could probably be forgiven for thinking you made them.
Quite impressive. I could do better, of course, but those are on par with my average. Congratulations, you've all done quite well. I will offer.
A plus penises.
I will offer any one of you a custom piece made by my own two hands. Should you be more willing to take to the fore in battle, alongside myself, of course, as we march into the capital. Your armies will still be paid the regular amount. I would merely ask that you fight by my side, as opposed to linger in the rear.
Imagine metal
Doesn't have to
sword
be a
for anyone
weapon.
in the vanguard.
Does not have to be a weapon, either. I'm
There
skilled
is,
at armor, and George will display the gauntlets.
There is some thought in the crowd about this, though, as you can hear, the general consensus seems to be that while the magical weapons would certainly be a good bonus, they can't exactly throw their men in the vanguard because they got a better weapon out of it.
Oh, I wasn't talking about your men. I meant all of you. Yourselves. Accomplished warriors you are.
It would hardly make a lot of sense for the commanders to leave their men and go forward, especially if you want to, retain the loyalty of those men.
Well, it would only fail to make sense should you misunderstand the rewards. Do you not think it'd be a grand thing, a glorious thing, to march as yourselves into battle against the capital and win? Who could say they've done so?
From a little word we've had of the capital, doesn't seem that there'll be a whole lot of marching involved. The thing is built like a fortress.
Of course it is. It's not a city. It's a citadel. It has nothing to do with the lives of its citizens. I've seen how it looks. The whole thing is designed to simply repel intruders. There's no living that goes on there.
On the contrary, there's living that goes on there.
There's definitely living that goes on there, but you're not far off from the
Of
point.
course, I'm exaggerating.
The entire thing is built around a giant forge. So the life that goes on there.
Hyperbole.
He's just basing it off his experiences. He didn't do any living there.
True, very true. Anyways,
They don't understand.
hyperbole aside,
Forge.
they do not understand the things you say on Twitter. But
Carcass.
how exact?
I was thinking exactly that too.
God damn it! But how? What is it you propose then? Because it seems to them that the thing will come down to a siege rather than a frontal assault.
I don't worry of things for that. And I'm not going to be the first one running screaming at the walls and batteries. Just because I'm
Osman
tough
looks-
doesn't mean
Osman-
I'm suicidal.
Osman looks at you quizzically. Considering that's what you've been doing basically every other fight.
Again, I want to reiterate. George will pick up just a random.
Hey, he reiterated
standard
again. I
iron
will
sword
reiterate.
and will break it on his arm. I'm tough. I'm not suicidal.
Yeah, he likes to high
And
five
you would
other
expect-
people.
And you would expect us to be suicidal for a fancier than average sword.
No. I would expect you to be as brave as I am.
Look at me, I'm
Why is he over-
indestructible. Be as brave as me.
It is worth noting that George has put himself in more danger than anyone else he charges with every single time.
Again, easier to do if you're
Successfully
literally.
draws attention.
In
Why
any
is it
case,
brave when you're
Be as
indestructible?
brave
But
as
yes.
me. I'm indestructible. Yes.
I
in any
literally can't lose. Look how brave I am.
in any case, they aren't agreeing to anything until they hear the full plan. But you see, some of the you see some of them are at least interested in the gear.
When we eventually do have to enter the capital as soldiers, I don't plan on being the tip of the spear in that particular thrust. I plan on leading a more concentrated group. Somewhat behind the lines, but when danger arises, it will be my job to go and crush it.
I
And
need to let
while
enough
I-
of my subordinates die to indicate how dangerous the thing I defeated actually is.
And while I have been very grateful and impressed, I should say, with the Wolfmen troops under my command, they are not as skilled as they could be. They're not as
God.
skilled as you.
He's just shitting on everyone in this conversation, isn't he?
Yes.
He is also the best fighter there.
It's like every time Sabina talks about Arkaine.
He just looked at Sabina Taurus.
Also true. But part of essentially shock troops or
What's a
Fast
cookie
response.
tie?
what? Yeah, closer to fast response than real shock troops because you're
As
not going to
the
be
line-
frontline apparently.
As we push through the streets, the men will take up a majority of the fighting. It's much too messy to do anything grand scale in a city. These fortifications and towns have been disorganized as is, but it will be worse, much worse. And holes will appear in the line. It'll be my job, and I'm asking for it to be all your jobs as well, to rush in first and plug them. I can craft you armor to deflect blows or shield you from magics. I can give it mystical effects, even. My gauntlets, for example. I created them with the sole purpose of holding on. If I grip something while wearing them, I never let go unless I choose to, whether I'm unconscious or not. Even when the limb is separated, it holds on. Then there is this amulet. I crafted it to draw attention to myself until I'll fish out the amulet of... What was it called again?
Are you claiming that you made that?
I actually
I
did.
believe the amulet was his design.
Oh, I thought you got that from the vault of the
No.
absolute. Oh,
I
what'd
don't
you get from there
know.
then?
Then
He got
That was the
plus one
wine.
magic capacity. Yeah.
Ah.
Voidwalker's wine. It's why I can carry the amulet.
Oh, we just discussed it at basically the same time, I think. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
It's the whole
Uh,
reason I'm able to even have the amulet.
He was just
the amulet.
boring and copied what I wanted.
Well, because I
Mhm.
couldn't. I was at max cap, and I have been for almost the entire game at max cap.
Doesn't
for
change that it was
magic.
boring and copied what I wanted.
Well, you can cry about it a little louder next time, okay?
I'm not crying about it. I'm making fun of you. These are very different things.
Whatever you say. So,
Anyways,
show it off,
back to
and, yes.
yes.
I don't understand the things I say in character.
Because will then lift up Glomrand and say, sadly, I am incapable of creating anything to this majesty. At least at the moment. It takes much too long. by the time I finished one, you would all be dead. Had been dead for many years of old age. So keep it reasonable. And then Bertie will lay out the 6 ingots of high quality magic metal and the 2 ingots of cursed magic metal onto the table in the well-lit forge.
Give me a speed check.
Any bonuses?
Well, just your regular speech. You convince about. Fuck it. It's 3 of the men are willing to take you up on the offer.
That's great.
Just them?
The military commanders are, or the mercenary commanders are rather entirely men.
Yeah.
What?
Why couldn't you make some of them women? But once again, the author's barely disguised fetish.
Come on, do you know how many women we had in this game?
There are too many women
My
around.
point stands. That's
Look at the commander of the fucking. Hey, look at the commander of both fucking armies. and
Yeah,
say
fucking
that
awesome. Yeah.
Wait, who was the commander of the other army?
No, every
Oscar
army
is-
commander we have is a woman.
Yeah, all of your army commanders are women, fucker.
Oh, you mean both of our armies? Okay, yeah, gotcha.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but my point stands.
Hega's army is led by Chun. Your army is led by Osman.
This is symbolic of the modern workforce. All these women standing on top, getting all the credit, while Aethif goes and does the hard work.
No one knows what he's doing.
Go out and do the killing. The women sit back and relax all day, reaping in the rewards and benefits of the red man's labor.
Meanwhile, you're saying, "Look, mercenaries,
The red man in your case.
I'm far tougher than you. I have all this great magical equipment, but I'm going to be in the back line while you guys should be in the vanguard."
No, I'm actively saying I want you
I'm too
to fight
valuable to
with
die. And yes, that is what he said. To be fair.
Yes,
Yeah,
he is not. He's not saying. He's not saying.
Fight with,
Yeah.
not for.
He's saying the peons
But-
will be in the front line dying.
Three of the men agree to your conditions. You can work on their equipment. Just give me one craft check for all 3 of them, because hardly relevant what you give them
That's true.
ultimately.
Just subtract 3 metal from my inventory.
Yep.
Honestly, that's
Not-
still just
not your best-
above average.
Not your best work, not your worst either.
Not my best work, not my worst. Better than what they've got already.
Yeah, well, they'd be asking for pieces they don't have enchanted.
No, but it's still better than what they have. Also,
Yes.
he's doing this. George is going to convert the cursed magic metal to high quality. Just forge out the impurities, because so far no one's needed anything cursed, and he would just do better with more magic metal. Alright, that's 1 day's
Yep.
or 1 night and day's worth of work. I suppose after this, the only thing I can do really is start upgrading my own magic item equipment. But that'll have to be for a different day.
Speaking of a different day, let's do what May is doing right now.
So the same day.
Yes. Speaking of different day, let's continue on the same day. Speaking of a different day, let's not and see what May's doing the same day.
Right. So, 2 things. I want to write letters to all of the commanders of our armies and whatnot, and ask them for updates and report on my position. And I want to just assist in distributing of goods to the civilians in the village, making sure they see Papa and me in a positive light.
Well, while gifts from shadowy creatures and women of the night are not usually something the compact dabbles in,
I beg.
it is. You can keep begging. It is appreciated, certainly, especially with the lack of supplies that have been around the city. And after the less suspicious ones, take your supplies and don't instantly drop dead or turn to monsters. Most of the city seem to accept you as a savior of sorts.
And do I observe anything of the Republic while this is happening?
I mean, you're busy distributing things, I imagine.
I'm just
Hard for
like
you
if there's
to.
any of their soldiers about, perhaps I'd be able to overhear something of them. Try and get some.
There's no real direct interaction between you and the Republic from this, though. Some of the men who do patrol the streets, well, they seem to seem mildly miffed about your presence. Like you're not really supposed to be here. They were kind of in the middle of something.
You ruined our master plan to starve these people out.
They weren't gonna starve them out. They just had to make the correct voting decision.
And then we'll feed them.
See, that's the problem with democracy. It should be managed.
I'm just here helping people in need for a small profit.
Truly benevolent. If only we could all be so wonderful.
Helping people in need for a profit, huh? War profiteering is what we hear.
Selling $20 water bottles.
Oh my god, amusement park profiteering.
But they don't confront you about any of this.
No interactions between the Republic and myself.
At least not for today. They might respond tomorrow.
Well, I think that just doing that for the day, building goodwill with the town is probably the best thing I can do right now.
Yeah. While politics isn't your strong suit, logistics fits you far better. You make sure those who need it are fed for a price.
It was the Lord that paid the price, right?
Well, the Lord did pay the price. I'm not sure if you continue charging after that.
Yeah. If the food's paid for, it's probably basically soup kitchens type thing. Probably
In that case, everyone's getting fed for free.
Perhaps there's accoutrement and higher quality garnishes or whatever that are not free, but the base.
Look, if you want salt,
DLC in this goddamn restaurant.
If you want salt, you're gonna have to pay up.
Oh, yeah, okay, thanks.
Being a coastal town, there's also that option.
Selling salt to a coastal city.
It's not like
Completely
you
reasonable.
heard about their salt panning industry while he was here.
Sure, they'll be exporting high-quality sea salt to the rest of the continent in the future, but for right now...
In any case, you can handle that. Anything else you're doing, or are you just handling the soup kitchens for today?
For the day, it is just building rapport.
She's charitable like Aethys.
Thing is, I don't have to screw over the citizens of this town, but as long as we win this war, the lord of this town is getting screwed over by this.
That is very
This
true.
I might be able to offer him something, but it's probably not going to be an ideal turn of events for him. Though, if we lose the war, I also can win out of this.
Now then, Sabina.
Yes, last you left me, Sabina was in the office of Virgilo.
I believe you had stepped out. I also believe that you would have gone back to your the quarters they've assigned you, the guest quarters, and the wouldn't exactly. I suppose it's technically a palace of sorts.
In the way that it's run by a fucking council and not a unified.
Yeah.
Board.
Yeah. In any case, an attendant would come knocking on your door,
Okay.
mentioning that Master Virgilo has sent for you. He is ready to depart.
From how long since she left till the attendant arriving did she have on her lonesome? Like hours?
Well, yeah, you would have had the rest of yesterday.
Okay, she would have sent out a mess of letters, essentially explaining what's going on to Carr, to her sister, parents, and
Her sister parents.
her sister and her parents.
Not that uncommon in the Callisto bloodline for some fucking reason.
Ugh.
Actually, it is uncommon. I have the fucking family tree.
Not as uncommon as it should be,
You mean
is all I'm
circle.
saying.
And
The family zigzag.
and also giving updates to the other army commanders, being Osman and Chun.
They zigged when
I
they
guess.
should have shagged.
What? Chun actually gets updates?
Oh yes, saying that the army is outside the capital right now. Sabina's engaging in diplomacy, and there's been a turn that might possibly be fatal for her.
I just want to mention that it's been like 2 weeks almost since she had received updates.
You do get an update from both May and Sabina. You have no idea what the fuck May's even doing.
Oh, also an update for May too. And that's what she does before going out to
Yep.
Virgilo.
Okay. I do not take letters into time considerations all that much. Let's see. You send the letters out, and you are escorted to the front gate of the keep. A horse is prepared for you.
All right.
One of the illustrious war steeds.
That run like the fucking wind and could travel 3 days straight.
That they do. Aside from Virgilo, there are 2 members of your army, which Carr had apparently sent to keep watch over you. It would be terrible if these compact people did something to you.
All right. Yep. She has her guards there with you. with her?
They don't have the super fast horses.
So they get the slow our pace down.
Well, Virgilio does offer the alternative.
And that is that they return to the army.
Well, I mean, if you want to go fast, I suppose they can try and keep up. But the choice is yours. He will not press the matter.
She can't have one of the guys riding on the horse with her, can she?
Would slow the horse down anyways. So
Yeah. It's a matter of time, so send the guards back to the army, I guess.
a wise choice.
A wise choice if everyone's fully trustable.
You've naught to fear from me, he says. The instinctive
Meaning
fear you
our
have of
fear.
him flaring up. The instinctive fear you have of him flaring up again.
Be not afraid. There's the massive eyeballs and tentacles.
Hermes
God, why do they keep doing that?
He is. With his size, he looks almost proportional to the horse that he's riding on. Sabina, however, looks kind of tiny compared to the massive steed.
God, the difference roughly 1 foot of height makes.
Doesn't even
Yes,
be
it is
1
quite a
foot if
difference.
it's on the 6-foot boundary.
Yeah, 6
Uh,
foot is a giant. 5'11" is a midget.
Exactly.
Now, are you just setting off?
She would of course ask about more particulars. Though about what to expect in the coming days.
We will be riding towards the old city near Targo. A gateway there can take us closer to the subcapital of Posa. Once we are there, we shall enter a monastery of sorts. A gathering place for my order.
Can I
After,
order a cheeseburger?
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Broke for long tonight.
I cannot discuss the particulars of the location or what is to happen inside
Until we get there.
until we get there. You are, of course, free to abandon your cause, should you so choose.
I am a noble of will, and I will not go back on my word at the start of a journey.
If you are to go back, now is probably the best time to do so.
I wish to see this through.
Very well. Let us ride then. We've a long distance to cover, and not a lot of time to do it.
Alright, how far do we move?
3 tiles. All right, that's your day. Back to Chun, who's honestly, out of everyone, having the time of her life. Really,
Just marching.
I mean,
It's having fun.
I mean,
true. Aethif is also having fun. Of the
how
people
many
who are
times
having
did Chan
fun,
fought? Chan fought like once.
true. Maybe she wants to fight more.
Maybe the real winner of this war is Ethan.
Yes, definitely.
Probably
Anyways,
probably should send a letter to George saying, "Hey, can I have one of those explosive thingies at the next place I go to? We keep opening siege towers and not using them."
next time.
One day I will get to use my siege tower.
The question is, do you march with the siege towers?
The
They're
same
purely
way.
ornamental siege towers.
flat back them, right?
Evo.
Real shame.
They're not there for sieging. They're just a luck charm.
They're the
castle
moral
walls.
support siege tower.
My emotional support siege tower. Come on, you gotta let it to the airport, man.
Where's Fantasy Sweden when you need them?
Your siege tower can hold more than 1 ounce. Sorry, it's not welcome here.
Anyways, keep watching, and would she send a message to Sabina telling her that she's been stupid? Nah, not today. Okay, just
Who's been stupid?
Sabina.
I see. See, here I thought Chun was chastising herself for not murdering more people. Being stupid and doing all this diplomacy thing.
She tried to do what Sabina wants, but no one dies.
What would Aethif do?
What would Aethif do is like the opposite of what would Jesus do.
Not to mention, even if she doesn't know it yet, but Virgil is the fucker who sent out the bounty, right? So he needs to die. Anyways, that's my turn.
So you're not sending that letter specifically. Okay.
No.
Okay. Well, George.
Yep.
I think you'd still be working on the equipment.
I work
You
all
got
night and into the day, so yes.
yes.
I
You
probably
got
finish with them before the evening, though.
3 pieces in like a day. That's a lot
I
even for
have
you.
as many arms as I need. I
How many
don't
pseudo
rest.
brains
I
do you have?
think your focus is not your arms.
Yeah, but I don't rest or pause. A regular blacksmith will only work for like an hour or 2, and then will rest for about as much time.
See, this is the problem with beast people blacksmith is that they have pause.
You should have gotten
Unlike them,
I'm going to start
inflicting
inflicting wound damage as divine punishment on you people.
What do you mean?
Go on, you appreciate the puns. You can't-
No.
No, we don't.
I appreciated it.
But,
I mean, that one kind of sucked, but I usually do.
You have to get right. the maximum that I can work at, I work at constantly. I don't slow down or tire or anything like that. As long as I'm focused, I can keep it up. And if I'm only focused on one piece at a time, banging it out as quick as possible, as well as possible, I can still get it done. Probably, I would say 5-6 times faster.
If he's focused on a piece, he can keep it up the whole time. But if he has a side piece there, it's difficult.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing is that you should have acquired a magical item that grants multiple personality disorder.
Magical item.
I have magical tools that I can use.
Yeah, but they don't give you multiple personalities to work on each item. You can't multi-thread your
I
mind.
have the craftsman's wand, which is what I use to imbue pieces with an effect, as opposed to just having them be magical.
Yes, but it's not a.
I don't care.
Again,
the wand against the magical item. It's not going to multi-thread your brain.
I also have the magical blacksmithing hammer, right? So while even I don't need to constantly be bringing the piece into the forge to heat it. Every time I hit
it is. Egg is still correct to say that you do not have a multi-threaded brain.
I'm only focusing on a piece at a time, though.
And of course.
And I cut down the time required to make a piece.
In fact, you're lacking the squishy bit of the brain altogether, I think. But
I am still the best blacksmith currently unliving. Okay.
Look, it took me an entire day to cut down a few piers.
Yeah, that aside, it's still gonna take you the rest of the day probably to finish up the gear.
Yeah, also, but it will not take me any longer.
But you can allow yourself a break to read the mail that has arrived for you, and
fine.
You get an update from
the mail from, I guess, an errand boy with a pair of tongs from across the room.
You get an update from May. Informing you her progress. You get an update from Sabina saying that she has done some diplomacy in the capital. She'd probably include the general layout of the place, but you're already familiar with it.
We'll note that May was also requesting updates from everyone else.
I suppose George can take like an hour to call over what's-her-face and a couple of the people, along with the guy we captured that gave information. I hope he's being treated at least decently now, by the way.
Who, the...
What, the guy you had crawling around, or...
Yeah, he earned his forgiveness. He gave me what I wanted.
I'm fairly certain he's currently in a dungeon somewhere for his own protection.
No, he's under house arrest. Like he was locked in a room.
That would also, probably work.
Not the dungeon. You don't keep nobles in a dungeon.
Nobles in a dungeon.
Shut up, I'm tired.
Anyways,
so
the mail arrives. You are familiar with the most of the board as it is.
Hang on. With the information that I've gotten about the layout of the city, I want it compared to what we were told by that guy, with that guy there. And I want to point out all the discrepancies, if there are any. And then I want to find out why there were discrepancies, if there are any.
There are some, though you're not sure if those are, you can't really determine, even when talking to the man, if those are because he is, unaware of the exact layout of the capital, or if Sabina got something wrong, or if it's just worded differently, in the letter. The man sticks to all the information he gave you.
Alright. Well, George isn't going to press him too hard on it. Alright, well, he's going to tell What's-Her-Face. Write up a brief, coded summary of our activities so far. how we've come along the war campaign, and then send the word to May that in a few days we'll be ready to march on the capital itself to meet her. I want some time to improve my equipment after all.
Very well. There doesn't seem to be a problem with that course of action.
Of course, there
And
then you'd send the
back
letter
to
anyway.
back to the forge you go. I imagine.
Yep, that's the rest of that day then. In
all
the
right,
evening, when
let's-
George is done, he'll just have a very short meeting with the people that accepted and present them with their items. That'll be it.
Let's see about May's thing. May, your soup kitchens are rather full today. Very full. Of Republic soldiers coming to get their fill. Of the free food you're providing.
Poison it, poison it, poison it, poison it, poison it.
Poison it, poison
Don't
it, poison it,
listen
poison
to
it, poison it,
Sabina
poison it.
shouting from across the room.
No,
Well,
listen to Eighth.
no,
listen to
no.
listen to what Eighth would have said and poison it.
No, that's what Aethith and Carr are saying from across the continent.
Sabina's just saying. What's Sabina saying then? Huh?
Poison it.
Intrude on their marriages.
No, that's also Car.
Oh, I see. Well, actually, I think it's both of them.
Unfortunately, the lord of the city only provided for his citizenry, so there will be a small fee for them to eat.
A fee in gold.
If gold is the currency, presumably.
Not the smallest denomination of it.
I know.
Alright, how much are you charging?
Is US dollars the currency in a 99-cent store? The answer is yes, because they charge way more than 99 cents.
True.
I'm assuming like scale of what the food would be worth is probably somewhere on the order of an amount of copper, right?
Yeah. But that
Yeah, so
that isn't necessarily how much you can charge for it, right?
It may
If
not
you
be
want
as
to
much as I
feed the
can.
poor, you need to set the prices for the poor.
Yeah, so
Who's trying to?
But how do you-
ignore
how-
the
hold- hold-
microphone?
Oh, hold on. How do you prove that they're not citizens? Do you have some sort of ID? Because this place doesn't.
Could just say no soldiers.
well, are they equipped with Republic what's it called? Gear?
Iconography,
Armor and
heraldry.
Clothing.
regalia?
The uniform would be that of a Republic soldier.
Yeah.
That probably
Well,
makes
that
it
is,
pretty easy to identify them.
That is how it is identified then.
How do
right,
you know
so,
it's a soldier, says the man in uniform?
One of them just takes off a chest plate and says, "Now then."
Poisonous
I'm
food,
sorry.
poisonous food, poisonous food, poisonous food, poisonous food.
Nice, nice try, but you'll have to try a little bit harder to pull the wool over my eyes with that one. Perhaps if you change outside.
Maybe you have a future in
Say, like-
comedy as opposed to soldiering.
like friendly, sort of joking, but still serious manner.
um, he will accept it as a good-natured joke.
Trust this.
he will put his chestplate back on and inform you that he didn't actually come here for the food. He wishes to discuss the future of the city with you. Of course, once your soup kitchen has been shut down for the day.
I will gladly take him up on the conversation.
No, keep serving food.
He then pulls out a writ and shuts you down.
But for now, I'm still serving food. Still have to supply the populace. People have to eat it.
Put up a sign.
Of course.
Serving food at night.
Just swap the working hours around. But they do leave. The man who attempted to take his chestplate off right in front of you appears to be a commander of some sort, and he tells his men to leave the soup kitchen. The poor and needy of the city are well, just that. They should get their fill.
Or near the city or his
So
chest plates?
they're under orders to refuse feeding the populace and take their food instead. But they're not gonna interfere with others feeding the populace.
Yeah.
May would understand what this is. A matter of optics. Can't be seen doing such things.
Yeah, which just means that they'll try and do something unseen.
But the rest of the day is rather uneventful. The closing hours for your soup kitchen arrive.
So can I have some sort of audio recording device?
You can pull out a shitty MP3 recorder made in China. I can't imagine no, specifically China somehow, because her bag doesn't follow traditional acquisition rules.
Isekai MP3 in another world with my MP3 player. It's like a smartphone, but way less useful.
Anyways, the man is waiting outside for you to finish up your work.
All right, I will take our meeting. But,
at least before being isekai, I downloaded Ye's new song.
the only thing is that people the joke.
What was that? I didn't hear you from the laughing.
Just the only problem is the people in this world don't get the significance.
Yes.
Neither does May.
Yeah, but someday the world's unite and people will just be horrified when they discover that's the most popular song in this world.
Hold on. There is a chance that May might.
What do you mean?
have
What do you mean in this world?
Probably not. Entirely implausible.
It's
Anyway.
the best.
Aside from your MP3 player containing numerous songs, some of which may or may not be Kanye West's hit songs.
More importantly,
singing a chorus, a popular
Kanye chorus.
Get
more
your
importantly,
hands off my Walkman.
to produce a somewhat passable audio recording if
It's capable of it.
Anything opportune is said. So I will greet the commander and inquire as to his name and suggest that we perhaps find.
Can you have your name and badge number? I mean, that's what it sounds like you're saying.
No, it's. Pardon, I don't think I got your name earlier. I'm May, if you hadn't already heard.
I am a sovereign citizen.
Let's see. His name would be. One moment.
Sorry, am I?
His name is. His name is Gabriel Jean Jules.
God, I want to
FDN.
kill all of them.
Okay, I have a new offer for the compact.
Spell that, but good. Well,
Put that in game relevant channel because there should be a line between Jean and Jules, but there.
My
Exterminate the
dyslexia
Republic.
can be spelled
Exterminate the
wrong.
Republic. Exterminate the Republic.
I don't see why. He has a perfectly sensible name for a man in his
No.
position.
Yeah, but yeah, it was a perfectly respectable name. The last name is a little, or the last name is a little bit wordy.
The Republic colors. Is that a white flag?
You don't really get to say that after they took half your territory.
It wasn't his territory.
They took it. You didn't take it back, did you?
What Native American?
Anyways, the man says he is here to inquire about your soup kitchen.
Are you interested in franchising?
I'll inform him of my relations, or like inform him of the basic gist that I am associated with the Lord of Tharnhold, and we've come to an arrangement with the Lord of this town to make sure that his people don't go hungry.
Yes. It is a noble thing you're doing. People should not starve, after all.
Indeed, it is a tragedy.
Now, this Lord of Thornhold, what does he get out of this deal?
For the moment, he's it's mostly a charity. There's a small profit, but mostly it's for goodwill and future relations with the city, or with hopes of positive relations when the day turns brighter.
Then perhaps you would not mind having positive relations with the Republic instead, yes?
That potentially. What does the Republic offer?
Double whatever this lord is able to afford you, and we won't even ask you shut your soup kitchens down. Merely fly the Republic colors and give out pamphlets with every meal.
Mm, I'm afraid that would be in poor taste to the Lord of what was the Lord's name again?
Lord Uncertainty.
I don't believe.
Lord of Bondeversa. I probably asked
yes,
for a name.
Lord Insertee Name. Or Name,
Insertee name.
as he prefers.
I don't recall exactly which name I picked for him, to be honest.
It is a shame we couldn't come to such an arrangement beforehand, but changing deals afterwards isn't something my lord or myself look
Oh, but it would
particularly
not be a
fond.
it would not be a changing deal. Did the Lord not pay to have his people fed? You would still be feeding his people. You would merely be informing them that it is in their better interest to vote for the Republic.
I
There
I
is no
would
breaking of contract here.
I would certainly
No,
be
no, no, no,
willing
no.
to support informing them of the election, but I don't believe that taking a political stance in favor of the Republic would be in good taste.
And how much is this good taste of yours worth?
Nice.
Hmm, how much is good taste worth? I'm afraid that my dignity is not for sale. It generally loses its value at that point.
She's not a Jewish merchant. Not that we know what Jews are.
And there is no way to convince you to assist us?
Um, uh, at present, unfortunately, my my deals lie with the lord of the city.
That is rather unfortunate.
If that is all for now, I do have other matters to attend to, but I would welcome further conversations in the future.
Yes, that would be all for today. He does a bow and sees himself off.
Reply with a similarly polite gesture, a curtsy perhaps, or whatever would be appropriate.
Well, that's your day for today, I imagine, unless you
I believe so. Oh, actually, yeah, no, I think that's it. One question from earlier: what sort of impression of a man would have I gotten from the lord of the city when I spoke to him?
Let's see. What impression would you have gotten of the man? He was clearly under a lot of stress, and he felt somewhat betrayed by the people.
Any anything to take or say whether or not he'd be a man of good character?
As much as you would get from any noble, really.
Hmm.
Uh, you're fairly certain he's not going to go back on his deal, but if I recall correctly, you had plans on doing that, so.
I didn't have any plans of going back on my deal.
So you are betraying us.
No. The thing is, my deal is to support him in this election, make sure his people stay fed. But
and then murder his
Doing
army
this-
and take over his city.
well, there's nothing stopping me from waiting until the compact fully falls before I do that. once the capital falls and the compact is done for, then it'll be in a different position to negotiate with him and come to an arrangement that paints potentially even myself favorably to him there.
Well, that is for tomorrow then, I suppose.
That is for
Or
that is for
however
once the
long that
capital
takes.
You're just
Yes.
not helping with the war at all, are you?
She's
hoping-
off doing her own thing, helping herself with the war. Literal
Right, not
war
helping us with
profiteer.
war.
I'm helping
Aether has
myself
more
and
honor
Papa.
than you.
gain- Well, I'm
Wait,
making
wait.
sure these two cities don't fall to the Republic. This is very
When
important.
Aethith has the third most honor in the entire party.
We do have more than him.
I'm
George.
sorry. He doesn't. have the
No,
title of
not
number one
George.
murderer.
George is a very honorable man.
No, you went back on a duel.
Until he loses
He
one
never went
engagement
back.
and
No, he never went back. The guy just agreed to bad odds.
George is a very honorable man until he loses one engagement and decides to start sending civilians in instead of soldiers.
Okay, that was recognizing he couldn't win the way he was fighting and deciding to change.
He couldn't win honorably, so he did the next thing. Yes.
Win dishonorably.
No.
So
He's
the
honorable,
rankings
but
right
he
now
should have been killing the civilians. George was planning to give them a chance.
the rankings right now for honor are Chun, Sabina, then Aethith, and then by a scale of like 10, then there's George.
So we're this. Okay.
Anyways,
This is a reverse pyramid.
speaking of Sabina, you've made camp some relatively close to the actual army, but time has come again for you to set off.
Okay.
You get the move. Yeah.
Alright, she'll make a basic inquiry about Virgilo, the man that is strangely wishy-washy on his opinions about the Callisto family.
He's not strangely wishy-washy.
He just hates them and will then go to support them in the matter of
It's not that he hates the Callisto family, just the Patriarch, who is downright, at least in his view, absolutely truly evil.
Okay, why do you hate Kara Callisto in particular?
He just sort of gestures back at the two armies you bypassed.
So?
That doesn't explain much.
Oh, we are going to start
I-
the war. Oh no, we are being besieged.
This war, which may remind you your king chose to pursue before ever even having a discussion with any of us, has ruined how many
that's
countless
just a lie.
lives for it isn't a lie. You didn't
Yes, it
send
is.
one fucking you didn't send one fucking diplomatic delegation here.
Okay, Bright. What I'm going to do is I'm
The
going
compact
to get
was
a
invited to the wedding.
fucking croach here, and I'm going to cock slap you in front of all your fucking friends, and then you tell me how sorry you are that I did it. All right, and we can talk peace.
Look, the compact was invited to the first wedding. They chose not to send anyone.
We did not wish
Actual fucking
to.
rat behavior.
We did not wish to trouble the Callisto family with our presence at the wedding.
The Empire bothered to trouble the Callisto family with their presence.
Spies, from what I've heard. Though those are only rumors.
Spies they were, according to some information we've received. It would appear that both sides have failed to send any proper delegation before someone from the council decided to put a bounty on the family. And
In
Stedman's
retaliation to a secret deal made with the Arkanglians, yes.
Was it you?
No. It was the council who stayed my hand from sending proper assassins.
Then who was that Then who attacked Car Callisto at the quarry? If not proper assassins.
Quarry? You're going to have to elaborate.
Well, a masked man is very inscrutable, and nothing can really be gained by her staring even harder at him. She says, as I heard, our king, upon returning to the kingdom, aside from taking part of some administrative duties, had, with his entourage, gone to ascertain about the graves of his beloved wives. Lumina's was apparently desecrated. Not a recent
desecrated
affair,
grave?
Several a long desecrated grave.
A desecrated grave.
And they chased that desecration to a quarry within Willand. And there, instead of stonemasons whose mark was on a proper skeleton, they found a bunch of assassins. Including people with a disguise, well, at the time veiled magical artillery, ready to end Car Callisto's life.
And at what point does the compact enter this picture?
It's no secret that the compact has a hostility for the family of the last several 100 years.
And no attempts were made on the family in the last several hundred years, regardless this hostility.
One would say things can change from the leader returning.
And tell me, this assassin, whom I assume was unsuccessful,
Quite.
has he been identified?
Yes, he was taken captive of a sorts, and we couldn't get from him who hired him. Though he made grand gestures to indicate that it was the Republic that did everything.
And you've come to blame the compact from this how?
This person that was captured was not of the torturable nature.
What do you mean?
It was a magic item attached to the shell of a man.
You can see recognition behind his mask. Upon the mention of a magic item, the gears in his head appear to actually start moving. This magic item, it wouldn't have happened to be a mask, would it?
A mask with the name of Kalia.
That would explain some things.
Do tell.
I had sent Callio to keep an eye on the king. Our scrying magics failed to account for him or any of his recently alive comrades. We were unsure of what he was planning, what he was going to do, or how this was going to meddle in our affairs. And so I had, on Callio's request, sent him off to keep an eye on the king. He mentioned the job being nostalgic. I probably should have stopped him. Though, we needed to know, and we needed that information rather badly. I hadn't heard from him since I sent him off. I assumed that meant there was no trouble, rather than, well, a botched assassination attempt.
So he did confess.
Yep.
Sabina,
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Sabina glowers at the man, saying, "You did let the assassin loose in our nation. You just were not aware that he was the." She runs a hand through
Does she
her
make
hair.
those bottom noises at the man, or?
She is trying to think. I need to send
So,
a
yes.
letter. I need to send a letter to the king, I guess. That mask has much to answer for.
I would agree with you. Say, do you know where he is right now? I assume you haven't been capable of destroying him.
Right now, he's on
He's
the
actually being
body
used
of a
as a target for the weaponry range.
spider.
You've let him have another body?
Right, we did.
The way I
Shit.
heard it, it was a very lonely woman. Incredibly insistent. When our pace
This
slows, I
can't-
have a message to send out.
This can't bode well. I have known the man for quite some time. He is an expert scout, a thief, and a master manipulator.
It's around a 3 for Aether.
That's a 3 out of 3, I think.
Yeah, also, but Aesop has already another mask.
When he said masks, I was like, okay, is it gonna be the plot twist? I did the assassination attempt.
No, it was the other mask.
I didn't actually think
You-
that.
That
but it's
your
funny.
mask, that your mask requested that you murder, but
Yeah.
your hand was stayed.
Never trust masks. Except for the silent butler mask. He is the goodest of masks.
I would very much like to have Callio return to my possessions. His abilities are useful, even if they come with a distinct personality. And he needs to be punished for causing all of this.
he needs to be questioned to see if he is responsible for events of Kara's disappearance in the first place. If it is something familiar to him. And that night, Sabina is sending.
Are you?
Sabina is sending a letter to
when
Kar,
hold on
Talon, and Dawson.
before you tell him this, when you mention his disappearance in the first place, are you referring to his original disappearance or?
Yeah, his original disappearance of because that's where Sabina's putting two and two together. That the mask fucking asked, like, oh, it's gonna be a very familiar return to do things in Willand. Where
in that case, Virgila would ask that you stay your letter writing for a tad longer. I might have some pertinent information to your king's original vanishing that I cannot share until we are at our destination.
Sorry, who is it that you've been talking as again?
Virgilo.
Master Virgilo, Malverde. Let me see. I have a token for him. I can pull out a token for him.
He's a tall guy that wears green and has a set of masks and some wolf birds for some reason.
Do not refer to his pets as
Those look like
as wolf birds. Do not refer to his pets as wolf birds. This is very disrespectful of
Yes, it is
noble breed.
disrespectful to Sabina and other wolf people.
It is a noble breed of flying canine.
So wolf birds. I'm staying my hand from a pun. Okay.
Do it. Do it.
I don't want rocks to fall. I don't want rocks to fall.
Unleash your pun. You know you want to.
How did he pay
I
for
think I'm
them?
gonna
Do they
head
come
off
in a
in
pack?
minute or two.
Good. It seems in your pun you have killed him.
I walk away for a second and you're killing Invader?
No, right.
No. And although I am, I'm fading. I gotta go. I'm gonna head off now.
Okay.
I'm really gonna take a break, so I'll see you. Sure.
Alright.
Sabina, clutching her mitt, says, and why would we prevent having the queen in the country search for the whereabouts of Callio now?
Ask them to bring in the mask. You have enough suspicions on him without mentioning the disappearance just yet.
After a stressful few minutes, Sabina relents and says, I will pertain my letters to the king and queen about that it is necessary to track Callio down, and it is necessary to find him for questioning. And then
I know I haven't much to bargain with here, but after you've interrogated him enough, I would like him returned. His brash actions are to blame for all of this.
We shall see about this once we make it to Poso, I guess.
That is all I ask.
That's all you'll receive.
Now then, we have another day's of ride ahead of us. Let us make camp.
Alright. When she makes camp, she's sending out to Talon, to El, and to Carr that Kalia must be found.
All right. Now back to Chun, who's just not having any of this drama nonsense in her life.
Yes. March up to the next city. And yeah. Ask the noble whatever lord to surrender.
What about 3 surrender?
He doesn't get 3 surrenders.
I surrender.
Now this is the place where Aethif pulled the surrender instructions, if I recall correctly.
Let me look at the map. Where? Oh,
Yeah, can't.
yes. Yeah, I think so.
The man is going to ask to see that his son is safe before he does any such thing.
Your what? I'm sorry, who is your son?
No,
Wait,
my
hold
son has
on.
a proper name. He's not Haitian.
Yeah, who isn't my son? Do not play coy. Do not play coy now. Your assassin has been terrorizing this place for days. He left the message to surrender if I wish to see my son alive.
Chun just stares at him for a solid minute.
Come on, Chun has to figure this out.
Chun is willfully ignorant.
Knowledge Aethif failed.
What did you even do with the son?
Nothing.
Killed him.
Well, I killed the other son.
Oh, alright.
Yeah, he killed the other son. The first son was part of the big army that.
I have literally no idea what's up with the
Yeah.
other son. Well, I know he's deployed, but like I don't know, where that actually means he is if he's alive.
Yeah, okay.
The other son was. The other son was in the big army that tried to cut you off a few sessions ago. And he might still be prisoner with the Will Main army, but none of you bothered checking.
Well, it's not like we knew who he was. They didn't introduce themselves.
Exactly. He might be one of the countless prisoners. He might not. Who really cares?
Send a letter to Netrano with the guy's description. Hey, is this your dad?
No, she looks at him. Do we have 1 or 2 pictures of him?
The Lord,
Look, surrender and we'll
ducks
figure
behind
this
it.
all out here in a minute.
the Lord ducks behind the castle walls. Like 15 minutes pass. You see 2 servants bringing out a giant portrait of the sun.
She looks at him for a solid minute. Okay. Can a bird carry that?
Come
It's
on.
a bit large.
You have some scribes in your army. They can do a replication.
Okay.
I hear Hagens
If
are
you
very
don't-
good for reproducing goods.
If you don't have any smaller ones, I'll see if people can copy that, and please give me a detailed description and his name.
Just yelling at the servants, barely holding this thing up to stay still while your Hagen sketch artist is.
She just yells, "Just lean it at the fucking wall!"
There is no wall to lean it at. They're at the top of the battlements.
Yeah, come back down and.
We're not going out there.
This is
Okay,
where sarcasm
whatever.
would do. This is where sarcasm would do you good. We didn't come all this way here to steal your son's painting.
And I don't need 2 of your servants either.
She just throws her hand in the air. Okay, I'll send someone to copy that, send a proper description, and I'll send it away to wherever he might be.
Have you seen this man?
What do you mean you don't know where he is?
I don't know this guy. How the fuck should I know where he is?
Why'd you send assassins threatening?
I didn't send an assassin. She just.
Oh, Sabina
Cups
didn't even send the assassin.
She just cups her hand in her head in her hands.
The epiphany strikes you that Sabina probably wouldn't have sent an assassin, and you haven't sent one, and it's not really in George's nature to not take this fort by himself if he's gonna send an assassin to soften up first.
Yeah, pretty sure by this point she knows that it's Aesop, but she isn't going to tell him that.
Yeah,
Just take advantage of what you have going for him.
See, that's
Look.
what I mean. Most honorable, top of the list, right there, Chun.
Look, this would have been so much easier if Chun just said, "Yeah, we have him. Come down here and get him."
She doesn't have any prisoners.
She doesn't need them to just take the Lord prisoner.
Actually, that's false. You have the Lord of the Calcine Lord prisoner.
He's not a prisoner. He's a guest. There's a difference.
Honored prisoner,
Right.
yes.
I did consider sending him back when we took that city, but I've completely forgot about that.
He's just sort of enjoying the hospitality of the Hagen army. Getting carried around in a rickshaw. He could get used to this.
Chun fading upwards.
Anyways,
That's how she
sketches
got her
are made.
girlfriend.
Sketches are made. Sent off to the main army, but your army
And-
remains outside the door.
Look, I'm just setting up
yeah.
a place to siege with the fetch quest. You're welcome.
I mean, it's still gonna take a while to get the guy over here.
Okay, what's going to take longer, to get the guy over or build siege towers?
What's gonna cost more in terms of lives and material as well?
Look, if we count the lives you've already taken, Atheth.
In that city, just some really. I mean, he killed some guards and he killed that guy's son, the other son.
True. But I think that's Chun's day for today.
Yeah,
A truly surprising revelation.
After this war, Chun is going to look at the other armies. I lost 160 men and you.
George is fucking around with his forge for today. Let's see. Atheth. I don't want to skip Atheth.
So is it that time?
All right,
what
so
time?
you've destroyed part of their docks, and now you've killed a few of their docks.
Yes, I left them.
Oh
I left
right,
Ch-
you killed a few magicians in this city, didn't you?
Yeah, I sawed them up and left them, floating around just like I did with the other docks.
It just so happens that there just so happens that you find that you have an extra coin purse on you today for some reason. It seems rather light though.
Okay, I guess I'll check what's inside.
There's a note telling you to meet at the park again.
Alright, I guess I'll head over to the park.
Oh God, the Keeners.
You see the man you've met with before. Once again playing a game by himself.
Yeah, I go up and I start making moves that I'm sure are probably illegal in that game if I knew how to play it.
Give me a luck roll.
Just 1d10.
Just a
I'm
1d10.
No, forget luck. I'm taking my biggest piece and I'm putting it at his biggest piece.
And that is
doing that. I don't care how stupid it is. He's doing it.
that is very much an illegal move. But he greets you. Did you exchange names last time? I don't think you did.
Not sure.
Ah. Spider's underling, or should I call you the Wraith of Tishisigi?
Nah.
Which do you prefer?
Yeah, I kind of like that new nickname, to be honest. It has a nice ring to it.
It does, doesn't it? Really, that is one part of your education that the Spider skipped out on. You need a name to build a legend, right?
Sometimes, when it comes to terror, sometimes an unnamed legend is even more horrifying.
People will give it a name sooner or later.
Exactly. In which case, it will already embody their greatest fears.
In any
His
case, I
Batman
don't
arc.
often meet with people in person. Rarely do I meet with them twice. But I would ask that you stop sabotaging my city. The docks I could deal with, but murdering my men is quite another thing.
Your men are working for the military, you say?
They might think they're working for the military, but everyone in this city works for me, whether they know it or not.
Well, it seems in both of our cases that it would be good to have this over with quickly.
Agreed. But from what I've learned of Willen's plans, this place isn't on your to-do list.
Do you really believe that my plans are on any to-do list?
I assume you are helping out the Willen forces, otherwise you wouldn't have come with their army.
News the 8th.
News to everyone.
No, he was very much there for the first few
Sieges, yeah.
sieges.
So, exactly what does he mean that this isn't on my to-do list?
This place is gonna belong to Arkaine anyways.
He's been snooping at Chun's letters.
Huh?
I thought that was all determined after, the whole splitting shit up stuff was determined after I left.
Well,
No, it was the
You're,
Anglia.
yeah, with Arkaine, you're essentially the upper portion of this border, more or less, is what Willen owns. Yeah.
Sorry, which So the side of the border
Uh,
I'm
you-
not on?
That black line, everything on the north side, that black line is.
Yeah. And
Well,
and
okay, go on.
and if the whispers are to be believed, some in the capital believe they might be able to convince your army to turn on their allies.
Damn.
All the
word
more
gets out
reason
fast.
for you to all the more reason for you to not break my things.
Well, if you could at least, you know, you might have noticed my intention here is to keep supplies from flowing out of this city. So if you can somehow manage that yourself, I'd be happy to simply walk away and stop causing problems here.
He thinks about this for a bit. Supplies are one thing, but the main thing this port trades in is information. I can't simply cease our exports and imports of such matters. I'm sure you understand why.
Yes, that much makes sense. But as long as this place could stop being useful to the other places, as far as I'm concerned, others can deal with it. Hold on a second.
Oh, we're gonna wait for Aethif to get back.
He's no longer Korak, he's just Aethif.
He is just Aethif because I changed his name in the server. I can
No, you change his name to
undo
Aethif
that.
in the server.
Yeah, Aethif. That's how you pronounce that word. That set of words. There,
His name
correct.
looks more like not I. It appears to be a much more Welsh name. Looking at it. And hey, the Discord streamer mode doesn't catch that because now a server nickname and not his regular one.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. That was a important.
Yes.
What was going on? We were
he,
discussing the city thing, right?
Yes. I have been considering consolidating what supplies we have here anyways.
Aethif's
I
gonna run into
can-
Sabina on the road, isn't he?
I can make it so the other cities on the coast don't receive any more supplies, provided you stop breaking things.
Well, as long as you can keep the places that we're dealing with from benefiting, and maybe throw in a few false words in the middle of your information. I can understand if you can't do that much, but
Most of the information I give these people is false, anyways.
that's excellent. Yeah. Well, wait. Hey, sorry. Show me that line again, real quick.
I'm just gonna draw it.
cities, what cities are we taking that we haven't claimed yet? Canton and
You more or less
Gano?
taken. Yeah, you more or less taken what you intend to take. The capital is the last thing for Welland on this board.
Is the capital Gano?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Ah, yes. Okay.
Gatagano.
You can tell it's the capital because it's just the tallest city.
Is that how you decide your leadership?
Cities are delineated in order of height.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I don't really care how much of a pain in the ass actually taking this city is for the Arkanglians. So have a good time.
If I may ask a favor of you,
Yes.
Wraith. I could use some information from the Arkanglian army. I do not have a feasible tap, as it were. They do not mix regular humans with their own.
Sabina would have advice for this man. Don't send Aethif on a scouting mission.
But Aethif is such a good scout. And I can assure you, I do not mind if a few of them get lost in the process.
Wait, if you what?
A few of the Arkanglians.
Ah, right.
Yeah, he's asking you to spy on the Arkaine army.
I understand such requests come at a cost, but I'm a man of considerable means. I'm more than able to make it worth your time.
Hmm.
Well, we should likely agree on your reward beforehand. I hate when these things turn into violence over unpaid debts.
Indeed, more schisming is not what we need.
And for as crude as your methods are, you are far more effective than the other two have ever been. So,
What?
do you take him
Why
up
did
on do you take him up on his offer? What do
well,
you
so
even
he just
want as
wants some
payment?
Well, so what? He just
He
wants.
wants you to spy on the Arkanglian army for him, basically, because that's the one piece in this war he doesn't have direct information over.
As I acquire information, I'd be happy to send messages along the lines.
No
But
cost?
yeah, what exactly are you asking for as a reward? Because he did offer you. So
How much control do you have over this city exactly?
while I'm technically not the person in charge, I control the important seats through blackmail, subterfuge, and more pleasant means. And as the source of the Compact's knowledge and its greatest repository, this city is, well, rather powerful. Technically, the lord of this place it doesn't answer to me, but he answers to others whose strings I can pull. You get the feeling it's very much a shadow government situation with him rather than official hard power.
Right. Could you tell me the meaning of the name Poso?
It is an old name. It it means to accrue. I believe sediment might be an even closer translation.
Hmm.
It is the place. This city is named so because of the large salt piles which build up with the coming and going of the tides. Though it has more than earned its name as the repository of information for this nation as well.
Hmm. You know what? I will. I'll keep this simple and accept my reward in currency.
Hmm. Very good. I shall have someone bring you what you owed before you set off tomorrow.
Hmm. I do not know exactly where I will be heading, so just reward me I'll trust you to reward me proportionately to what value I actually provide. I do not wish to have to divert from important matters if things should change.
I would appreciate it if you stopped breaking things in this part of the continent in general, but that is not something I can enforce, nor something I can really demand of you, I imagine.
It's fine. I will be leaving the city immediately.
I suppose that concludes our conversation. Unless you're interested in continuing this game. He nods at the board.
I'm pretty sure I just won as I knock over his tallest piece and head off.
He's left mildly befuddled looking at the board. But I'm sure you disappear with your invisibility cloak off into the crowd.
I don't think we consider each other enemies, so funnily enough, I can't.
Well, you have the regular invisibility cloak.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
the
invisibility
gold
cloak. Yes, I forgot I am incredibly stealthy. No, I just walk away.
Well, that's a successful meeting. You still have enough time in the day to travel if you want, but he did promise you a reward.
Well,
So you're just skipping town and expecting the reward to meet you where you are, or at least when you've done your job, if you've done your job.
pretty much.
All right, that's fair.
It's not like I need it during the war.
I'd say you can get the here because you
Not gonna lie,
spend the
I
rest
just
of the
chatted with
day. You chatted with the guy, but actually meeting him and getting reverse pickpocketed the note and whatever else you were doing before
How
that.
did that take up time? Wait, what do you mean whatever else? What else did I do?
Well, you didn't
I
keep, like,
assume
an
break
orphan
more
in the
shit.
street or something?
Assume what?
I assume you just broke more shit. Like, is your
No, I didn't do any more. I didn't get any more of that done today. That was all yesterday.
all right? Fair enough. I guess I can make you get. I can say you get 2 there. Anyway, that's Aethif. George once again is doing nothing. May.
All right.
Uh,
I'd like to in the morning, early in the day, speak with the Lord and inform him of the request the Republic soldiers made.
The Lord sees you. Says it's troubling news. I hope you don't intend on. Hope you don't intend on following that request.
It's
I'm
well, it's not
entirely.
precisely outlined in the deals that we had made. It would be in bad taste, I feel, to do so, and it's not in my interest to screw over my associates.
Oh, by the way, is the soup kitchen running without you?
I assume that I would say yeah. Like Papa has
Okay,
other.
I'm just
But
I'm just asking whether you set it up to run without you or not.
I was just there for the most part to maximize like the reputation that people gain in Papa and I.
Okay. Well, the Lord is very concerned about this, and you get the feeling that he sort of hates the fact that he has to abide by this election nonsense just because they have a bigger army.
Bigger army so far.
I'd hint at him that Papa is or not Papa, but the Lord of Thornhold does have more than rations at his disposal for a price.
He will keep it in mind, but he would at least like to attempt to win the election.
Indeed. It's,
Solving this as bloodlessly as possible would certainly help smooth things over for the citizens.
very much so. I couldn't agree more myself. Blood spilled is always regrettable.
What normal people mean, I don't want to see anyone get hurt. What May means, I don't want to see my snack wasted.
But no. A combination of the two. I don't want to see them hurt, but also they could have been food.
In any case.
So following that, I will continue to maintain my presence in the city. Oh, also, did I ever receive like updates from like Sabina and everyone else and whatnot?
Yeah. Well, I assume the ones who sent you updates.
Did Sabina
Which
send
would
updates?
be George's army. I'm pretty sure Chun sent an update, though. As for Sabina, she isn't with her army, so I'm not sure she'd be sending many updates.
She didn't send an army update, but she sent her personal one.
All right, that's fair.
So.
And just the asterisk of forward all military mail to Carcalisto.
Yeah, I would
forward mail to this address.
I would have also updated Car about the ongoings, and I suppose the Arkaine as well about the state of affairs and how this has become a somewhat delicate political game to not piss off the Republic.
Oh,
so
you doing anything else that day, or?
I'm tempted to see if I can do some rituals to just hurt the Republic's morale. Just give like their men inexplicable premonitions of doom, something like that, or even just something as simple as making it hard, like making it hard for them to sleep, or their feet to just refuse to be warm. Something simple to hurt their morale.
You sick monster.
I suppose you could if you really wanted to. Though that might constitute a direct assault on one of them, so or on all of them. So it's up to you.
Oh, sorry. I was saying, how covertly would I be able to do that?
I don't really think you can do it all that covertly. It's not like rituals are difficult to detect.
Yeah. So if they can detect magic, they'd be able to notice that. Yeah. In that case, and that's probably not a great plan. So yeah, you continue the status quo of ingratiating the people to myself, and through that, the Lord of the City. Also, lore Arkaine to get an impression of how stupid the idea of whatever Sabina's doing is.
I mean, roll it. You haven't the faintest, honestly.
Okay.
Like, is it stupid what she's doing? Maybe, maybe not. It's not like you know exactly what it is she signed up for. All she said is that she's supposedly looking into a cure for the quote-unquote curse, and that she set it off with a guy that, according to her writings, she doesn't
Fully trust.
particularly trust.
Well, no particular opinions on that, I suppose. Then, if I can't make anything of it, yeah, continue the status quo.
Let's see. You would also you would definitely get another letter from the general, or he isn't a general; he's a commander. But you would get you would get a letter from Mr. Jean Jules, once again asking if you're willing to reconsider their offer.
I will just reiterate that unfortunately it's unfortunate that we couldn't have spoke beforehand, but as of right now, my hands are a bit tied in the matter.
Well, that's your day, I think.
Yep.
Meanwhile, back at Sabina,
Start of a new day, many revelations for her.
you get a letter back from Talon, informing you that the Calio and the Spider are gone somewhere to do something. No idea where they are.
Another letter.
Tracking them down.
Fervently replying, saying that is very important.
No, he says he's tracking them down. He believes that it is important. It's just they sort of disappeared before you sent that letter.
Yeah, right.
They haven't been seen. Well, not as you sent the letter. They haven't been seen for a while. It's not like Amaryllis is with the army. Hell, last you checked, maybe you fucking left her in the Empire. Who knows?
You just left her in the Empire with Galio. Alright, so that's and no other.
Meanwhile, it is rather early, and the man accompanying you hasn't woken yet.
Kill him, kill him, kill him.
What do the voices say?
That
we'll mention Amaryllis at least.
Actually, I am very glad that Wolf Saddler did the perfect narration of the voices.
Sabina can. We'll see if she can sneak up on the guy.
All right, roll stealth.
Yes. Do it. Do it.
Jesus
Do
Christ.
it.
Okay, adding
yeah.
Stealth successes.
Yeah, you can definitely sneak up on him. You can tell he's sleeping because he snores. Not that you can tell anything else about him because the mask and hood stay on.
Is there any obvious like can she just lift the mask off his face or?
It seems pretty decently attached as far as you can tell.
What, like by a harness or something?
Yeah, tied at the back, you'd wager, if not a full, well, it probably wouldn't, no, it wouldn't be a full helmet, it's like tied at the back with leather straps.
Alright, and she's no thief, so she's not necessarily going to be the softest touch when it comes to removing someone's mask. One that they feel able to just sleep in comfortably. I suppose he's sleeping in a tent or something, right? Or is it just like a bedroll
Probably set up a
cover?
yeah, probably set up a bedroll. It is rather warm currently in that part of the compact, so he doesn't really bother with too much cover.
Mm. You know what? Fuck it. Sabina's gonna make an attempt to lift the mask. Should I?
You know, he won't complain if he's dead.
Thanks for role-playing the voices. You're actually doing a great job of it.
I know, right?
Besides, your instincts tell you that whatever's under that mask is so abhorrently creepy and evil that you should just kill it and not even look.
Hmm. It's not like she has to roll will for that, does she?
Well, that's what your instincts tell you. Whether you go by them or not is ultimately your choice.
She stays her hand, but she's gonna back away and just get ready for traveling already. Spent enough time on the road. Need to continue going.
He wakes not long after, checking his mask as he wakes, making sure the hood stays on and everything. Well,
Sabina would bother to ask the unfortunately obvious question of I'm afraid this may sound personal, but what is with the mask? I heard it is not the same sort that Callio is comprised of.
I rarely had the opportunity to utilize his power, handy as it was while I had it. These masks are. I shouldn't say more. We should be arriving at the Poso today if all things go well.
Well, the army didn't harass. Well, my army didn't harass the ones that were guarding this portal. We should be there soon.
Speaking of, you set off, talking as you go.
Let's see.
And in a bit of time, you reach the old city. This time, however, you're not turned away. Instead, welcomed at the gate as travelers. Master Virgilla seems familiar with the people running the place and asks them to move up this. Yeah, he asked them to move up the schedule for the trip to Persa. It's not like they're really able to point it anywhere else, anyways. There's a bit of arguing on this point, but they relent. And a portal is linked. Fuck it, give me a perception check to see if you figure out what exactly they're doing, or rather how.
Would that be perception or would that be arcane?
It's a matter of seeing what they're doing rather than All right, you see that this place has one of those message towers. Judging by your view from down here, it's pointed at the 4 places you know have portals. A message is sent, and soon enough, the portal is closed and then reopened. Judging by your knowledge or understanding of the arcane, it was a long distance portal, or long distance ritual rather.
A long distance ritual that opened up the portal for, or linked up the portal for both.
Yeah, specifically using the communication towers to do the timing.
She has more interest in this. That's unspoken.
And you pass through the portal. As you make your way out, you pass a strangely familiar-looking child, or maybe you don't, depending on whether Aethip wants to be seen or not. Aethip would see you first, probably.
So you've shown up to the one I'm at?
Yes.
Yeah.
So supposing you rest your bones for the night there, come sometime late morning, Sabina and a strange masked figure appear from the portal.
The horses go with you, by the way.
Oh yeah, and the horses. Don't forget that.
Ideally, it's... Well, I'm not sure about that mask guy, but at some point when you're not explicitly right next to each other, I'll show up and ask Sabina how things are going.
Well, for what it's worth, they seem to be riding with quite some speed back to Poso.
Huh.
You can
Yeah,
attempt to get her attention.
Yeah, sure, I'll flag down.
She's on. Yeah,
Sabina.
she's unlikely to notice you otherwise.
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right.
Okay.
Sabina and Aethip meet.
She tells
Rigilo slows down to yeah. He will wait for you to discuss things with your friend.
a familiar-looking child at a traveler settlement. Sabina dismounts and meets with Aethip. First, waiting a second and saying, "Not gonna even take on Vilna's guys, are you?"
He looks confused, like, why would you possibly consider suggesting such a thing, and moves on with the conversation.
Gaslight gatekeep girl boss.
I did ask you to scout for me, and I haven't received a single report.
I was delivering those, and then I found better things to accomplish. I have not yet heard.
Sabina is deadpan.
I have not yet heard the results of my efforts, but I imagine they're going well.
I heard TCC fell rather quickly.
He says you're welcome.
I heard rumors, I suppose, of a wraith-like figure. I guess that must have been you.
What him? No, never.
And
yes, a wraith that only dealt with enemy soldiers. Anyway, you are welcome.
I do appreciate your efforts. I do wish I had some forewarning. Could have even coordinated with you on some fronts. But at the very least, what has been going on with myself is that I've been attempting to get the capital to surrender, but I've engaged upon a matter of personal interests on the side. Not
because I was under the impression nothing beyond this portal was of interest to us, which is, as a matter of fact, why I was heading back.
Well, apparently there's something in Poso that is of interest to people like myself. And beyond that, of course, is also the man that I'm traveling with apparently knows, well, a great deal about Car Callisto, and not directly, but knows about his disappearance in the past. Though I don't know
Well,
how much of that interests you.
While these are interesting mysteries, I do find it odd that you would be diverted from the war itself.
At the very least, they're mysteries that we can chase after while I'm waiting for the supply trains to catch up with the army. And for all armies to converge upon the capital. So it's not time wasted, it's time bought, at the very least. And what are you chasing after on the other side of that portal?
Well, I'm heading back to continue helping with the war. I've ascertained that we do not, as far as our kingdom need be concerned, we have no particular reason to interfere with Poso.
It depends on if, well, how things go here. Likely, though, we're continuing on the war effort and having to help out the Arkanglians take these lands.
What? Why would we help the Arkanglians with this?
At the very least, to save whatever civilian lives are within these settlements. Though, of course, I am of the recent mind that Archanglia should just simply be stopped.
Well, if that is the intent, I may be able to help.
And in what way is that? I don't suppose you're going to do what you did in TCC to Archanglia.
He stares for a moment, attempting to figure out if you're suggesting or actively opposed to this idea.
No, just don't tell me. just
Do as you will, just don't tell me.
tell Carr after you do whatever needs to be done. If all goes well, I shall link back up with the main army here in a few days. If not,
Arguing with Aethith is like talking to a storm.
I don't think he's arguing at all. Anyway, so he asks you to catch him up on the war since I've been, behind enemy lines dealing with things.
well, as far as I recall, last I heard, Renette fell a few nights ago from Chun. May went off to do something about the Republic on her own efforts. And I've heard nothing from Archanglia that implies that they've finished with the Bullatello. And the main army is currently sitting outside of their capital, awaiting supplies, while George, I believe, has taken to camping out in Monmano.
All right. Well, since I'm here with you anyway, do you need any assistance at Poso, or shall I head on to my own journeys?
She glances over in the direction of Vergolo. I would actually appreciate if you could shadow us. These horses are rather fast. I'm trying to discover more about this masked man. He's one of the 9 counselors that rule over the capital.
Your friend is welcome to join us, though he needn't hide behind the mask in front of me.
This was merely what I looked like before needing the mask.
I would inquire about the price on that mask. I am a collector myself.
I've grown rather attached to it. He pretends like he can't pull it off for a second.
And
Oh,
Danielle
I'm,
said that
As a pantomime, not like actually trying to fool him.
Yeah. I can relate to this. It is quite nice to have a mask that truly fits.
Sabina crosses her arms and says, I knew I was correct on saying that you're a collector of such things. Danielle said otherwise.
I keep certain things private from the counselors. They needn't know about my personal affairs.
Or a
So,
hobby, as it may be.
Sorry, was I already informed of what they needed in Posa?
No. And he hasn't really informed Sabina of too much either, other than that it's a supposed cure for her being a
Abomination.
chimera. Abomination.
But, like, removes the ears or something?
No, she wants
Vergila
to be a
would
man.
just Vergila would look at Sabina and say, "You know, I can borrow you. I can lend you one of mine if you're feeling left out."
Is this one of the varieties that is murderous and takes over an entire person's being? I would prefer not to be controlled by.
If I had my if I had my hands on that one, I would most certainly not let it slip again.
Certainly not a decision I'd be making either.
Well, if you wish to inform me what you're searching for there, I may be able to expedite said search.
It isn't a search. We are headed towards a monastery of sorts, a home to my closest associates. There, the ritual that Sabina is so fascinated with can be conducted. As for your role, if you wish to shadow us to keep Miss Sabina safe, then by all means.
Are you being
Though I
pursued?
would no. The Arkanglians have not made it past the old city, seemingly accepting that it's part of Willand.
Alright.
Sabina.
You are still welcome to join if you wish, but I'm afraid I cannot allow you within the monastery. At least not until the ritual is done.
I dismissed.
Y-
I dismissed guards provided me for expediency, but since you're already all here, I wouldn't disapprove of you joining us.
Alright. So be it. And Athif will actually go on ahead.
Well, you could ride with.
Yeah, I'd recommend taking the horses, lest you want to be left behind.
Well, in that case, he takes a spare horse and heads off. Whee!
It'd be more you riding along on Sabina's horse, but yes.
Nah, I'm going there. Going to the city. My turn.
Oh,
Anyway,
that is.
Meet...
Hold on, that is that for that day, and the reason I'm
What about my
specifically
turn?
pausing that day is because I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Oh, AFK screen.
Yep.
Everyone to the restroom.
Okay,
Alright,
so
I'm back.
anyway,
It would be
immediately when
Hagian,
you
and
hear
it would
up-
be Hagia, and then your turn. So let's
No.
do Hagia, and then you can.
Could I do at least something here? Because the second we get here,
I mean, we can do your thing first if you want.
at least before Verdant's thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, you would be doing your thing before Verdant's thing anyway. So
Okay, then
let's
that's fine.
let's
Then
keep the order
whatever.
as it is.
That's fine as long as it's before they do their thing.
Chun, your letters were responded to with give me 2d10 rolls. I just want to see if
What a weird response.
look, I just want to see if you actually got the sun or if it's
The honor system with her. Yeah, you just have to say what you got for your 2d10 rolls.
yeah, that's decently above average. They inform you that they have him. He was wounded in the fighting, but he has been taken prisoner.
Okay. So he's in the main army or in the fort?
He is. I believe he'd be prisoner in the fort. There's no reason they'd bring him along, especially not wounded.
That's going to take weeks.
I'll-
They can
what is-
they can take horses and drag him over here.
Okay, it's going to take a week.
Well, you just need to tell the fort guy that we have him in Toronto.
Yeah.
He
Sure,
is, he is currently wounded.
Okay,
On
she,
demand.
she walks up again. Okay, your son is, as far as I heard, alive but wounded. Currently a prisoner. So, are you going to surrender?
Do I have any guarantees of his safety?
You have my word.
I'm afraid I'm gonna need a bit more than that. For all I know, you could have just made that up. Yesterday, you didn't even know who my son was.
Yes, that's why I had to ask. Okay. So, what do you need as proof? Do you need a letter from him?
His head.
That would that would certainly be a start.
Okay. She tells the scribe to send another letter to the fort and basically tell the local prison commander to have him have
Write a letter.
the guy. Yeah.
You send that off, and by the end of the day, you would have gotten a response, both from the fort and the sun.
Okay. She looks at the letter from the fort and then just says, "Okay, here's the letter from your son." How does he want to have it?
Just toss it up to him.
He's going to send someone down to fetch it.
Fair enough.
After a while, around sundown, for Chun's side, the doors of the fort are opened.
Okay.
Your army is given go ahead to enter. The people of this fort will not fight you as long as you have their son or the Lord's son.
Well, it's not like I can do anything against him, so. Haha, another fort taken.
Another bloodless victory. brought about by happenstance and Aethif. And before anyone says it, yes, it's happenstance twice.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as happenstance. There's only eighth in his will.
all happenstance. All happenstance is actually just eighth in a trench coat.
Okay, so Ace of fucked with this city and kept Posto pretty much neutral, right?
Yeah. Though
that-
you have no fucking way of knowing that. It's not like Sabina
Yeah.
informed you.
Yeah.
It's not
Well,
like.
Sabina wasn't informed about Posto's status either.
Oh, so yes. I did mention that. Posto was
Speaking
not
of, I
yet
believe that
completely
is that is the entire day for Hagia.
Yes.
Eighth
The
of-
next plan is still going to be moving over here and acting as a blocking troop for enemy reinforcements.
Yep.
Okay, so I hurry ahead and immediately go and claim my reward for all this information I've gathered about the army.
About the Arkaine army.
Yes.
How do you deliver this information, though?
I mean,
starts-
you know, I dropped. Look, you know, I go around the, you know, I leave like obvious, you know, indications that
right.
would be obvious to us.
Are you
Like, you
certain
probably
you
think-
just don't go to
I'm
the
not
local
hiding.
park and start bullying
In the
kids
park.
playing chess?
You know, actually, I was thinking of going to the tables in the park. You know, what's going on at those tables anyway?
Currently empty. Well, the park itself isn't empty, but the game tables are. Some people are having picnics and whatnot. Honestly,
Alright,
rather idyllic considering the war.
You know, using whatever the hell I get my hands on, I just start emulating the game I was playing with that guy yesterday. You know, start putting big pieces up, knocking them down, doing other things that would draw attention. Yeah, go around, leaving markings.
A young man, not the one you previously played with, sits across from you. Makes a move that you can tell is nonsensical, and
I move my piece behind him and say, "You are already checkmated."
So, you're back soon.
Yes,
You're
well,
back
I've
quick.
already. Yes, well, I've already
Uh,
gathered a lot of information, and I'm here to turn that in.
I have been given the go ahead to reward you for your information and record what is.
All right. Well, I list off all that information I got.
You are
Relevant information.
a rather hefty pouch. Judging by weight, you would say 50 coins. Not gold. Adamantium. Or no, it would be platinum, not adamantium. Did
Damn,
not
I was
hand
like,
you 5,000 gold.
New currency.
Adamantium is 10 times platinum, so it would be 5,000 if it was 50.
Anyway, so 500
But
gold.
no, 500 gold, and he thanks you for your good work, and
Military
asks
secrets
that
come
you
cheap.
continue it.
Hell yeah, 5,000.
It's more the fact that the information sort of walked into their city with or without him. But he's still getting paid as a sign of goodwill.
5,000 gold. Yeah, boy.
Not 5,000, 500. But
50 platinum coins.
it wasn't adamantium. It was platinum, not adamantium. Yes, I
Okay.
misspoke. In any
Yeah.
case, it is
Tell-
a huge sum
tell-
of money for doing nothing.
Tell him the
Doing
bag
nothing
of
is
cash
50
seems
days.
light.
I see. Well, you know, I might bother. At this rate, I might bother to let you guys know if I find out more. Anyway. Yeah. I mean, hardly worth my while, but, you know, hopefully this helps.
Well, the short trip you took was hardly worth your while too, I imagine.
Yeah, I've made money faster than this before.
Give me a speed check.
Is he lying though?
It's not about lying. It's about how successfully he can sound offended. Fine, another bag of same value is slid across.
Okay. I'll keep you up to date.
I hope it's worth it. What else are you doing? Are you doing anything else?
Well, from there, I would spend the rest of the day helping out with whatever the hell they were. Well, whatever the hell they let me help out.
All right.
With. The others help.
We'll cover that when Sabina's turn roll around.
Yeah, I just
George
have to hurry ahead
is
and get that meeting done.
maybe moving, maybe not. Fuck it, I'll just say he moves, and we'll do that when he comes back next week. May, there has been an incident in one of your food kitchens.
Well, you were not there.
Oh, dreadfully rude of whoever instigated such an act.
Ah, but it turns out you're being accused of the instigation. A man. A good man. A pillar of the community who was advocating that the Republic ought to be elected. Was found poisoned. Fortunately, there were Republic doctors on the scene to barely save his life.
And when did this incident occur?
You weren't around. You were busy dealing with the supply side of things. But it apparently caused quite a stir, especially considering the Republic doctors claim demonic influence.
Demonic influence. But this is rather preposterous. What precisely?
Rather preposterous, she says, as the black ships keep delivering supplies from nowhere.
What?
Well,
What?
I still want to know what their next plan is. If they're gonna have a small not Republic child get hit by a carriage.
What precisely was the? Have they made any claims as to what toxin was used? We have to get to the bottom of this, of course.
They did not claim, but supposedly the man coughed up black smoke.
That's just the chili powder.
That's rather concerning. I wish to see this man myself. We can't allow someone to tarnish our good work like that. We must find the culprit immediately.
After attempting to poison him, of course he would not want to see you.
You're accusing me of attempting to poison one of my patrons? It's frankly absurd.
It is very obvious that you are in service to the Lord of this place, and he does not want people helping the Republic whatsoever. It makes sense that you would attempt to poison one of their most ardent supporters.
Quite to the contrary. Such action, only a fool would make such an obvious attempt on such a high-profile target. Whilst eliminating such a factor could be seen as beneficial, the optics of such an event would clearly to anyone with more than a half-rotted brain, even if they were inclined to commit such an atrocity, would sway them
But
away.
that's the thing. May knows about the impact of optics, but these people have never dealt with a democracy before.
Yes. Sorry, who is I assumed I was talking to
Specifically, well, you're mostly handling things from the soup kitchen. It's more a crowd of people you're talking to than a single individual.
Mhm. Okay, so it's explaining that. Right.
Yeah,
It's a mob.
it's a mob essentially who are kind of upset that you would go around poisoning people. How dare you?
That's pretty horrific.
Who would do such a thing?
Yeah, who would
Would
advise you to do
Monster
such a
would go
thing?
around harming innocent people.
And also, of course, it's you. This food was suspicious from the start. What, the Lord just claps his hands and suddenly he has supplies from a black ship? No, he probably sold every single person's soul in this city to a demon or something.
This is where you just clap your hands back and say capitalism.
I can provide. Rest assured, that is not the case. If you must see, I can arrange to bring copies of the financial records, and you'll be able to see the exact gold transactions the Lord was willing to spend to, or was able to, the exact gold the your Lord spent to keep you all alive and fed. There was nothing so barbaric as
Give me
exchange
a
souls or lives or blood.
give me a perception check.
All right, I think that's just flat. No.
The crowd, seemingly for no reason, gets more agitated despite your good-natured attempts to quell the protests.
Mm.
They're demanding. They're demanding to speak to your supplier. I mean, if he isn't a demon, then he should be able to show his face in front of us.
There's a minor geographical issue there. I can certainly arrange for a representative to come to speak with you, although it will take how many weeks are we away from Thornhill?
See how she
Probably.
hides behind the representatives and puppets.
It's a simple matter of geography. The Lord of Thornhold is, as one might expect, in Thornhold and has duties to attend to in his town or city. The best that can be arranged is for a representative.
Best I can do is a representative.
I want to see the manager.
It is these soup kitchens are not trustworthy for anyone loyal to the Republic. The Republic will have to set up their own.
Well,
No one wants to eat in a place where they can be poisoned.
if the Republic wishes to extend the hand of aid to these the people of this town, that would paint them well. I would not balk at their generosity.
Yes, but why do they only do this now?
Yeah, why hasn't the Republic been feeding you before the election stuff?
That's a
Because that was the
great
job of the
question,
Lord, and
random.
they're.
That's a great question, random citizen in the crowd.
We can ask this question of the Republic candidate. Surely she'll have a good reason.
a good reason for not feeding them up until this point.
Yes.
Then does she have a good reason?
With that, the crowd disperses from your establishment to go knock on some doors.
I will accompany them.
You see the woman who was depicted on the Republic pamphlets.
Hmm. And who is this woman?
One Marie. God, what was her last name? I
Antoinette.
remember. No, it was Marie Elaine.
Marie-Hélène?
Yes. She sees to the crowd. She seems very concerned about their being upset. What's all this? Surely there's something more productive these people could be doing instead of needing to worry about such matters.
Yeah.
Is there a problem?
Well, it has been claimed that there was a poisoning at my establishment, and I must be getting to the bottom of this, but being refused any opportunity to investigate. You wouldn't.
I heard your establishment was set up in some sort of devil deal that the Lord made. It is admirable to attempt to preserve his people's faith in him, but there are certain means that are too much.
Mm. I be assured the only exchanges made with the Lord of Thornhold were entirely mundane exchanges of currency and favor.
So you say?
Indeed, I do. If financial
Regardless,
records
what is
can be procured if need be, but the claims otherwise are frankly preposterous.
regardless, what is this poisoning to do with me? I am a rather busy woman preparing for the election, and to bring a mob to my door for ill-explained reasons.
I was hoping that the claims. Actually, who specifically made the claims? By the way, was it just a mob that randomly showed up?
You just heard voices in the mob. It's kind of strange that you failed your perception check.
Yeah, no, it's a real shame.
Real riled up.
Yeah, the mob was riled up. Natural mob formations, as they do.
You know, being mad that someone that's allegedly a pillar of the community that got allegedly saved by a Republic doctor that just happened to be there at the
rather
time.
strange. It's rather strange. I was hoping.
Look, serendipity is often in favor of the Republic.
I was hoping to speak with the doctors who saved the man. It's rather concerning, and I must track down the source of such foul actions.
Car Callisto speaking about the Republic. The Republic is fake news. Do not listen to them.
The man last I heard was in recovery. Surely, you should at least wait until he's well before interrogating him, especially after what happened in your establishment.
For the time being, I would like to speak with the physicians at minimum.
They were a member of my my staff. I can summon them up.
I would be greatly appreciative of such.
She goes away for a bit, comes back with one of the doctors who supposedly saved the man.
Right? I will. Is this still in the middle of the crowd, or have we moved to some more private location?
There's still a crowd behind you.
Right. Well,
The crowd is somewhat lost its steam since showing up here.
Since they've
I
had to
will,
walk about a quarter mile.
however, however far this was, I will ask the doctor to describe the toxin. Ask him for like a description of the toxin and the treatments and whatnot.
Well, it wasn't any toxin I've ever seen before. It was like Shadow, except sharp. The man coughed up a cloud of darkness, and we were only able to save him through our healing magic and our faith. Were we not there, he surely would have perished.
Is rather odd and concerning event. Do I know, like, from my knowledge, if there's any chance that's true?
Do you have the bowl the man
That he
ate
could
from?
have coughed, that he could have coughed that up?
What would you roll for this? Knowledge Arcane, maybe?
Would it even be a check like that, or would I have some knowledge of just Otto's affairs?
Food safety standards in Otto's kitchen.
I mean, you would know for a fact that Otto wouldn't have poisoned anyone.
Mhm.
That much is clear to you.
Yes. I assume the food he's provided is completely mundane food.
Yeah, it's not.
It's just that how it was transported. And
You know he definitely prefers to buy and sell things from the same realm rather than cross realms, because there's an additional price tag and whatnot. And he makes a lot more profit if he's just moving things rather than
a lot less to ship around.
Yeah.
So obviously.
So you know the food's good because you've seen it. There's no reason to believe that the man. There's no reason to believe that Otto did any of this for any particular reason.
So, yeah, I'm just wondering if there's a chance that could have, the event of coughing up smoke could have been true and completely benign and being blown out of proportion, or if they somehow know something about, or if they know something about Papa and they're attempting to leverage that information.
Give me a. I suppose Lore Arcane would be the most sensible here.
For Arcane. Yeah, well. It's +2. Okay.
Judging by what testimony you've gathered, it's Well, your best guess is that they somehow figured out that Otto is, or your papa is, some sort of creature, but
That he is.
judging by judging by the descriptions they've given and the effects and whatnot, you get this odd feeling that they've confused what he actually is for just one of the shards of the smoke demon.
Hmm. But I imagine there's also zero chance that the instance with smoke was even a benign coincidence, just completely fabricated.
That was entirely not your fault. What you do know that it was a thing that people witnessed. It wasn't like full on fabrication, but the event itself was likely fabricated, right? They likely somehow made the man cough up smoke. You're not sure if the man's in on it. You haven't seen him.
You haven't smoked the gruel.
Smoked the true. There's no dark magic in the food. It's a rather strange thing to do that. Anyways, so yes, I can be completely assured that it was
You
entirely
are definitely
their doing.
sure that this is foul play on their part, and Maria Lane, for her part, promises that anyone anyone feeling unsafe to eat in the current food kitchens, the Republic will provide for. It is only right.
Oh, why did the Republic not
And,
provide food when there was a famine before?
Thank you, random citizen. I was just about to.
It is. It is not. It is not the place of the Republic to undermine the local lord like that. It is.
Oh, but it is now.
The Republic feels responsible for putting these people in danger. After all, the poisonings wouldn't happen were it not for the election, and the Republic promises to take full responsibility of its citizens, make sure they're fed, clothed, have all of their needs met.
I can assure you that the poisoning has nothing to do with myself or my staff, and I would like to investigate more myself. Do you, by chance, have the food the man ate?
It was disposed of, the doctor says. We could not allow something so dangerous to stand around where it might be eaten by another.
Destruction of such evidence is a rather foolish course of action to undertake if you wish to track down the source of a poison, or even to determine a proper antidote should such a thing crop up again.
Well, the source of the poison was your soup kitchen. If we are simply going to establish our own, and there shouldn't be problems again.
I can assure you that nothing would have gotten into the nutrients provided by myself or my staff, so it is concerning to me to determine where this may have entered the supply chain, and if you aren't interested in aiding me in determining who precisely was responsible so that they can be properly addressed, I will be forced to
we will
look
bring
into
them
it for
to.
myself.
We will bring this culprit to justice after the election. After all, we must make sure to prioritize the health and safety of the people rather than punishment for any interference from the Lord.
It is the health and safety of the people rest in dealing with such an issue as soon as is possible.
We are
I
dealing
assure
with
you.
it. We are establishing our own food kitchens to make sure that it never happens again.
What leads you to believe that a rogue actor who would target my own supply would not target your own? If whoever was responsible for this needs to be found and simply deciding
We
to
have
establishment, while charitable, and I would have been preferable for you to supply these people in need beforehand. It is commendable, at least, to offer more now.
we know our supplies will not be tampered with. We have the manpower to keep watch on them.
I would have said the same, yet clearly whoever was interested in tampering was able to slip into my establishment.
Your lack security is not our sin.
Frankly, I wouldn't expect a soup kitchen to need to be guarded like Fort Knox, but
Frankly, we wouldn't either, but it appears certain actors in this election do not want to play fair.
clearly. Unfortunately, I don't believe anything else productive will come of this at present. So, for the time being, allow us to part ways.
As for you lovely people who have gathered in front of me, I shall have men dispatched at once to bring all of you food and other amenities. Cannot have you going without, and certainly I do not imagine many of you wish to return to the soup kitchen. She is by now completely ignoring you and doing crowd pleasing. Well, I think that's it for your day.
Unless anything else is to be said.
I think the silence is our answer.
Okay then.
Was muted. Right. Yeah, I don't think this is the everything here.
You don't think, or you do think?
Well, for this specific interaction, I
Yeah.
Would-
Anything for the day?
well, I will have to do some more investigating or get someone that Papa can supply potentially who would be more apt at it than myself. But of this conversation, it's definitely the end.
Meanwhile, Sabina and
Pergola?
yes, and Aethith, who
Hi.
has done his things.
Who
For the day.
vanished
I mean,
for
I
a
went-
bit and then came back and
I
said,
went
"Hey,
and talked
guys."
to a guy. Yes, I went and talked to
Yeah.
a guy.
I thought you said
I
you
went
had
and talked to a friend of his.
I thought you
I have
had
no
a
relatives, just
connection
friends.
in, the combat.
What's he talking about? I didn't tell. I didn't say that. I just said I just went ahead.
Uh-huh.
Hey, he just went ahead.
Sabina, managing the bridge of her nostril, says, "Yes. Where's the monster?"
He mentions
Virgilla
this
would ride
as if that's why he went there.
Yeah, Virgilla would ride through the city onto a nearby hill that is only vaguely connected to the place.
All right.
And you arrive. It's a stone structure, older than the architecture of the city would be. Quite a bit older. It is guarded by knights, though they recognize Vigillo and let him through. You are ushered inside, though if Aethith is with you, he would be asked to stay at the door, at least for now. There is there are mysteries inside that are not for the uninitiated.
Or soon to be initiated. Sabina says, apparently under breath. Alright, so I guess she just follows in Virgilo into the monastery, saying that you said that more would be revealed here?
At the entrance, he pauses and turns to Sabina. This is the final place where you may turn back. Going beyond this door means you know too much. If you wish to turn away, now is your last chance.
I didn't turn away at the start, and I've already made my way here.
The entire building, the people, everything feels off to you. It's a similar feeling to the
When that
nausea-inducing.
Oh,
It's closer to the nausea-inducing towers. Though certainly Virgillo's presence isn't pleasant either. But you soldier through. And he leads you down a spiral staircase into a large chamber. I have informed the others of our arrival and your intent to undertake this ritual. They should be ready for us.
Thank you for escorting me the entire way here.
I will keep watch over the ritual, though I will not be the one conducting it. I ask that you place your trust in the men doing so. They are close associates of mine.
And are there any preparations I should be doing on my own?
Do whatever you normally do to steal your nerves. It will not be a pleasant experience.
She clutches her amulet once and then says, consider my nerves steel.
Then I shall leave you in their capable hands. He You reach the bottom of the staircase as you're talking. He stands to the side. 3 men, clad in red, blue, and green, respectively. Monks, apparently, of some variety. Usher you forward. They all feel similar to the towers, though, again, their type of uncomfortable is much different than Virgilo's. You are led to a raising in the floor, triangular shape, with a chair, almost throne, in the center. Though it lacks a back, only the supporting struts. You're asked to sit down.
With very little pause, Sabina takes a seat.
The men begin chanting in an older tongue than what is currently spoken in the compact. You see one of them don a necklace, a triangular shape, with a red eye in the middle. The one wearing blue does much the same with a blue pendant, and the one wearing green does the same with the green pendant. And they approach you, each holding a triangular, what do you assume to... It's similar looking to their pendants, though it's not attached to a necklace. The chanting continues as they bring the pieces together. They arrange them such that in the middle is a triangular cutout, which manifests a golden necklace. Give me a willpower roll.
Right.
The fear is the same thing you felt from Virgilo, but it almost overwhelms you. But you're capable of still sitting down and not running. And the monks now in front of you offer you the pendant.
Are they putting it on her, or she to put it on herself?
They're waiting for you to do it yourself.
All right. She takes the fear-inducing pendant and puts it on.
For the briefest of moments, you feel an incredible clarity as the world around you makes a lot more sense, followed by an insanely sharp pain, not really originating anywhere. It's like your entire form hurts. Give me a roll. Willpower.
Of any kind? Okay, willpower.
Sabina blacks out, and that's it for her day.
Okay.
Back to Hagia.
Yeah.
Wait, so she never actually comes back after saying to wait a bit?
Things will happen, which I will cover in Aethif's next turn.
Well, I understand if we're talking about the next day, but during this current day, I was expecting her to come back out, wasn't I?
Yes, but for the sake of suspense and the fact that Sabina doesn't know what happens afterwards,
Well, I feel like I would investigate if my partner who said they'd be back didn't come back.
Yes, that's eighth of thing to do, if he cares.
It is an eighth of thing to do, but you are barred from entering, and there are guards.
Has it stopped him?
Well, in the very least, because I was told that she'd be coming back, I asked what the hell's going on.
The guards would inform you that it is a rather delicate ritual, and that any interruptions might end poorly, whether for the person interrupting or the person undergoing the ritual. Well, possibly both.
Well, while I can't accept that explanation, I in the very least am going to demand an assurance that that she will be coming back.
If Master Virgilio believes she can survive this, then we put our faith in him, and he is down there to make sure to fix things if something goes wrong.
I'm not overly comfortable with this. He does have a concept that messing with rituals can cause problems, so he decides to let it be for now.
Give me a perception check.
Eight.
It's very faint because the place they're doing the ritual is far away. But Aethif, deciding to be a snoop, puts his ear against the ground and listens, and hears screaming, but not Sabina screaming. The screaming is a male voice.
Is it a voice I recognize?
Nope.
Guess that's not my concern then.
Anyway, let's see. Hagia has taken a fort. I assume they're just gonna move, and not much is gonna happen other than that.
Yes. Put some picket scouts in this area and move forwards.
All right.
And with that, I end my turn.
Aethif, last day you were busy watching over a ritual.
Uh-huh.
Well, studying, or how do I put this? You were making sure nothing bad happens to Sabina.
Right.
And a short while after the screaming was heard, the masked man that was with Sabina would invite you into the monastery, informing that Sabina has survived the procedure, though she might be a bit out of it. She's currently in one of the guest rooms, recovering. And you're welcome to pay her a visit, though he doesn't expect her to wake up just yet.
Uh-huh.
Well, what do you do for the rest of the day?
What, so she's just not recovering for the rest of the day?
If you're waiting for her, then I'm gonna say we'll cover it when her turn gets around.
Okay.
George's army moves, because why not? May.
So, let's see. I would like to make an attempt to speak with the man who was quote unquote poisoned. Actually, before that, I'd like to see if I can. I'd like to ask questions of the of like everyone else in the crowd who witnessed that to try and get as clear a picture of what happened as possible.
Well, much like you've heard before, the man was eating one moment and coughing up black smoke the next. And someone called for doctors, and fortunately, the Republic medics were around.
I just repeated it again.
Yeah, everyone gives the same.
It is what happened. There's not much.
No one has
There's much.
any
Not much leeway between the tellings of the story.
anything else to add. Yeah, it's a real shame it was specifically black smoke. It would have been hilarious if it was colored smoke. I don't think it would have been helpful to me. I don't think it would have been helpful to me, but it would have been funny.
In any case, that's the story you get from most people.
Mm-hmm. All right.
The man himself is in a hastily set up medical tent bearing the Republic colors.
Mm.
You could attempt to sneak in, but it's decently guarded. You could also try to talk your way in, I suppose.
Yeah, I will. I will request to speak with him. I'm obviously very concerned for his safety and would like to get to the bottom of this, as I can be assured that the whoever poisoned this was an actor outside of myself and my immediate staff. So hearing the account from every hand is imperative to discovering the cause.
Let's see. There's a medic on staff who says that he really shouldn't let you in. I mean, the man might not take kindly to your presence after what happened.
To the contrary, I believe my presence, my assurances might be quite helpful to him.
Give me a speed check.
All right. 10 plus. All right.
Maybe. I suppose I can let you see the man, but if he demands you leave, I will have you escorted out.
Naturally. That won't be necessary. I wouldn't want to make anything worse.
Well, the man is sitting in bed.
I'd first like to apologize to him that that occurred in my establishment, and assure him that I am doing my utmost to attempt to track down the cause.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about this incident? Mildly upset about the fact that he got poisoned when all he wanted was to eat some food. Though he does recognize that he was the only one poisoned. So he's suspicious of you. You just did this because what? The Lord said he doesn't want those sympathizing with the Republic to be fed.
The Lord made no such requirements. He wishes for all of his people to remain or to be taken care of. That's why it's so concerning to me that that this occurred. If if it was a simple matter that if the Lord wanted you dead, it wouldn't be. To me, this wouldn't. I'm fucking losing my train of thought. If
If the Lord wanted you dead, I would have killed you long ago.
yeah, no, I'm just gonna say that. But no, yeah, it is. It is concerning to me that someone took it upon themselves to poison the food in my establishment. So I'd I was hoping, or well, I have two purposes in coming here. I wanted to make sure that you, of course, were okay and well tended to, and see if I could glean any more information about the source or the source of the poison, and anything about its specific effects, nailing down what might have been used would be greatly helpful.
Hmm. Well, he was. He tells you the story. He was hungry and made a. Sorry, made a visit to your soup kitchen, like he normally did. He sat down, began eating, and then took a bite of the bread you provided, and suddenly he felt like his lungs were exploding. He felt like he was gonna die. It's awful.
I'll be like, as he's saying this, I'll just be listening intently and taking some notes, just being a good listener, basically, while he talks. But, so I'll get basically after that. I'll thank him for his time. And is there if there's anything I can offer you as an apology, do speak up. I am again terribly sorry that this occurred under my care.
He doesn't really need anything from you. Since the Republic said that his treatment would be free of charge, it's not like he has much reason to hold you responsible for anything. And you claim it wasn't your fault, and you're likable enough of a girl, so he's not gonna accuse you of anything further.
Well, if that's all he has to say, I'll thank him for the time and just let him know that the offer's still up if he finds me in the future. And after that, I'll ask the doctor if I can peruse his records.
I am not allowed to give you those. What happens between a Medicaid and their patient is strictly confidential.
Well, if I could get the permission of the patient, that would not violate the confidentiality. No.
Perhaps so. Still, why are you curious of these records?
No, I am intent on getting to the bottom of what precisely occurred, and if I can find out what toxin was used, it will aid me in tracking down who might have had access to it.
Well, if you can get the patient's permission, I do not see why not.
All right, I will go back and ask the favor of him. Ask if I can ask the patient if I can be so courteous as to allow me to see the records of his treatment.
It is very personal information you're asking for. Give me a speed check.
All right. I don't know why I try to push those buttons when it's faster to not.
All right. You can convince him that it's in everyone's interest that you read through the report, and with his approval, you get the file from the doctor. One thing is pretty evident to you in the file. They referred to it as a magical malady rather than pure or simple poison.
So they're talking of it as if it's a magic that was cast to cause the illness, or as if it were
the bread. Well, reading further, the bread didn't actually seem in any way dubious or enchanted or anything of the sort. But they had it destroyed just in case.
So they don't suspect the food, basically, is what they say in their records.
The medical records say it's probably not the food. Not that that's what anyone will publicly claim.
So the records are claiming basically that someone with magical abilities did it.
It's far likelier to be a spell of sorts than it is to have been like poison or anything.
What is the prevalence of people that could even like cast spells in this world, anyways?
It's high enough to where you have more suspects than you can actually reasonably do something with.
Yeah, but it's still.
But the type of magic certainly narrows it down. Smokecasters are rare. Even more so, smokecasters who can actually stab people with the smoke. In fact, that basically limits it down to the smoke demons and occasionally people who were taught by them.
That's rather interesting, I suppose. So, if it wasn't abundantly clear, being that I'm the accused party, to me, it clearly isn't someone that I know.
Yes.
It's rather easy to prove to yourself that you're innocent.
Yes, you're very certain that you didn't fucking do it.
It's always the difficulty of making others believe that. Anyhow, so I know from that they're treating it as if it was booked to you. Is it strange that they would be able to deduce as much as they did from what they have here in their treatment if they didn't know what the cause was beforehand?
Well, they deduced that it was magic, and the judgment of the type of magic was May's doing. They didn't really describe the type of magic. They did describe the effects it had, which was profound internal bleeding.
Right.
And cured by standard healing magic.
Yeah. No.
Unlikely to be poisoning. It's not like there's nothing strange about the fact that they deduced any of this.
Yeah. Okay. So
it's standard medical practice, really, at least for the Republic.
So it's not. Yeah. So it's not like anything in that obviously points to them having done that.
And you're fairly certain that if the doctor was sketchy, he wouldn't have let you talk to the patient.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, that does make sense. So, I can be fairly sure it's unrelated to this. Would it be a thing that there's a chance of there being some residual magical energies that might be identifiable, or is that just not a thing in this world?
In theory, if they hadn't destroyed the supposed evidence.
But the idea here is that it's a spell that's cast, so presumably that wouldn't even be on the bread, no?
Well, they used healing magic on the guy, so what you could get out of it is that he was healed.
Yeah.
And if the bread was the cursed thing, it's gone.
Also, yeah. And even if there wasn't any imprint, the healing magic would probably mask that. All right. Well, I will, again thank him, and then how to find someone with smoke magic.
I mean, Car's got a smoke demon of his own, though being seen gallivanting around with one would certainly not help your case.
That would be somewhat problematic. Though, also getting a smoke demon here in the next several days is not a plausibility anyways, I don't think.
Trim.
So, for performative reasons, how many people on my staff, basically, or associated with the Lord, that I know of, could even cast magic to begin with?
Not many. The few that can have the same type of magic as you, which is essentially opening gates to Utopia rather than.
Yeah, so it's not even. Probably nothing even worth doing there. Like,
yeah,
they'd still just be taking my
you
word
know for a fact that it's not any of
there.
your people, most likely. The only way it could be your people is if Otto actually wanted this guy dead, and
if
no,
Otto wanted
he
him
didn't.
dead, he would be.
Yeah. If Otto wanted him dead, he has a 10 group of super soldiers to send after his ass.
If I wanted this man dead, that would have happened probably in the middle of the night. A little bat would have perched itself on the windowsill and made quick work of it. So, is there anything? People are operating on the idea that it's food, anyways. I'd like, you know what? I'm going to try and arrange to talk to the someone of significance with the Republic forces and see if I can bring up what I've found to further that and record the conversation. Hold on, BRB.
Yeah, all right. Let's say that's what she does for the rest of the day.
Yep.
How
Now
much
then.
longer are we gonna be, by the way?
Depends. We can probably end it after this turn, possibly.
Actually, I could just switch to my phone and just be on headphones.
I don't
For a
think
little
because I do need to leave at some point, not too long, so probably this day would be
Okay,
the last one I can do.
Let's
Yeah,
do this
that's
day,
fine.
the rest of this.
If we're just doing that,
Now
that's
then.
fine
Sabina, you wake up in a foreign bed. Your last memory being putting on the amulet. Aethith is there, and so is Regula. Yep.
Does she feel in pain or anything? Like the last thing she remembered was feeling pain and then blacking out.
You feel fine. Your arm is hurt somewhat, and there are holes in your memory. Best you can remember is you committing extreme violence.
Her? Committing extreme violence.
And not even using your magic or anything, which is the weird part.
She checks her arms.
They're fine. Feel a bit stretched, but
She gets up in bed. What happened?
you try to stand up, but you find that balance is a bit difficult right now.
She asks again, somewhat panicked. What happened?
You handled it better than some. You've only mauled one of the practitioners.
Only one.
Yes.
And what do you mean, mauled? My claws aren't even that sharp.
They were, for a time.
She inspects her hands again, just verifying that they haven't changed drastically.
Slight flashbacks of much longer nails, closer to the weapons used by your forces rather than regular hands.
Did the practitioner survive?
Yes, they were prepared. Not the first time something like this has happened. They do not hold it against you, if that is your concern.
I would offer my condolences all the same. And did
Congratulations are in order. You tried what killed many and lived.
I've succeeded, but I just feel
No,
unbalanced.
the thing is, other than the balance, what you do feel is a suspiciously strong lack of fear from Regula. And that small voice in the back of your head that was whispering for the entirety of this war is Well, it's not there.
Strange, I can't hear Wolf Sadler anymore.
What? I just wanted to kill him, not anyone else.
Nope,
I mean,
nope,
just
can't hear
talk so.
it.
You can't hear it.
He still needs to die, right? I hope you understand that.
Sabina clutches her head, and that's everything. That's it.
That was the first step.
The first step. She just
You have purged yourself of the influence. Though it will return if you do not maintain your state of internal balance. Borrowed power can only take one so far.
And there's a chance that I do something like that again. She refers to the mauling incident.
The curse is intelligent. It will resist with all its might being pulled from its host.
How long until I can continue the next steps to take care of it permanently?
I would advise taking the day to steady yourself. You might find certain actions that were natural before somewhat more difficult. Walking and running with a form not suited for the human mind, without the instincts of the animal, is difficult. I would know.
You would know how.
I've been through it.
She tries to get up in bed once more.
You steady yourself on your feet. They feel a bit less human than you'd like, but walkable nonetheless. Now, I promised you answers, and those you shall have. I can help you walk if you'd like, though it may be better for you to struggle for a while.
I will take your advice. But about those answers, if I must find myself before we continue.
Before we proceed, allow me to once again make formal introductions. Though I have introduced myself before as Master Virgila, my true name is that of Callisto. He would take off his mask and remove the cape and hood, revealing a bleach-haired harpy person.
What?
His wings rather shriveled up, And you can definitely tell that his height is unnatural.
So that's what Amelia was referring to about other people that have gone through this.
Until you, I was the sole survivor.
She laughs softly. Doesn't feel good to not be alone.
It feels emptier than I expected. Perhaps because we might still be on opposing sides. But you have felt it now. You have felt it now. The pull of the curse.
And the freedom from it, I suppose.
Every one of our kind in Willand was subjected to this without a choice. And it is not a harmless malady either. It is not simply foreign instinct. The curse is, as I've mentioned before, intelligent, but it is also connected to itself and to others.
And there's no way to do this to many of the population. Well,
Of a dozen we've tried, you and I survived. If those are the odds, then it is hardly worth doing. And the ritual is difficult to replicate. The sacred relics were bestowed on us by the original, the Il Migliore.
the first two.
The first to achieve apotheosis, yes. It was his borrowed power that freed you from your shackles.
And is it and is the first person that has achieved apotheosis still alive?
No. He gave up his existence in this world. Bits and pieces of him still remain. The dice you hold were a product of such sacrifice. He believed that he could only save the world by reshaping the destinies of many, not just his own.
If only there were more like him in the world. Not just the powers, though that would be helpful.
Those who follow in his footsteps believe that such generosity comes naturally to one who has achieved the state.
If I were so bold, I'd say that I'd be aiming for it just to save my people. But I'm a long way from there.
Now then, you've other questions. Let us make our way to the study. I've prepared some documents that would be of interest.
Thank you.
He leads you, taking his time. You walking somewhat more slower than normal. Feels weird walking without a tail, with a tail, without the instinct to use it as counterbalance.
Is the tail still there, though?
Yes, yes, it is. The fur on it looks a bit paler than you remember.
She asks to Aethith, assuming that he's still there, are there any other changes that I can't see real well? She gestures to her face.
Does he see any differences?
Aethith would say that she has bleached hair almost fully. And her eyes are looking a bit less silver.
The color of your hair and eyes appears to have changed a bit.
See, I half expected Aethith to say, "Where's your face?"
So, was the true purpose of this to gain white hair and red eyes? Was that the purpose here?
Her eyes would not be red.
No, they wouldn't. They would be gray, dull. But such is the sacrifice.
Yes, dull grey eyes and white hair. A combination that sparks confidence.
I'm gonna say the brilliant white eye May got from her magic collection was much better. Magic learning.
It's a sign Papa loves you. What do you mean?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's great.
Speaking of, Sabina and Regilo, and I imagine Aethith make your way to the study.
Yep.
Yeah.
And posting a mechanic sauce is what I think is an approximation.
Yeah, that's pretty decent.
Jesus, girl, get some sleep.
So, which question do you want answered first? He's got quite a stack of documents to go through.
uh, You're Callisto. You're from the Harpy family, obviously. When have you entered the compact?
It was during a skirmish that happened at the border. I served as one of the scouting forces. We were attacked, taken alive. I was fascinated by the ways of the compact, much like I assume you are.
Fascinated enough that you've been decursed and placed on the council.
That is a choice I made for myself. They did not force us into this. They expected only to hold us for a while. They use us as prisoners to trade in return for their own. I decided to stay, though. After witnessing a miracle performed by one of the Operil. Not one of the current ones, mind.
And what kind of miracle was that?
They suppressed the voice that all beast people hear. Most of my companions felt it to be a discomfort, a dread. I felt free from it.
And you certainly inspire some dread walking around, though I do not feel any more.
Likely your instincts telling you that you might end up like me. Without a curse, that is. This thing is insidious and wishes to proliferate as much as possible. The Arkanglians are not savages because they choose this path. It is decades of slight nudging, a bit more greed than they should, a bit more wrath than they should. And soon enough, the entire nation wants another's blood. That is the nature of the enemy I'm dealing with.
And if that is true, they ought be stopped. I can see that definitely. But why not work with Willand even in its current state?
Because I cannot trust it. A car may be free of the curse, but he has tied himself to not one, but 5 sources of it. All they need do is prod in the right direction, and he would jump at the opportunity to prove himself.
But now he has 2 of his blood that are free of it. Why not work with him and help free them all from it? I know it's not an easy process, and not many survive, but it's something.
When I turned, he was not alive. I fully suspected him dead. I knew him dead. And yet he comes back untraceable, untouchable to our seers, and begins ruining plans I have constructed for decades. It is as if the man is driven to this evil without being infected by it.
True.
So this whole shit started because Virgil was, what, spiteful? God damn it.
It's less spiked and more,
Right, plain idiocy.
How do you know he was dead? He went missing in history.
That brings us to the first document. He produces a letter in handwriting you haven't seen, signed by the Orb Weaver, as it were. A letter to our order, before I joined. One of Carr's wives supposedly understood the true nature of this curse and wanted it rooted out. I believe this was before the Il Migliore turned himself into a force to alter destiny. So she was unable to get rid of it herself.
So she had something
Still.
to do with his disappearance, or?
I believe so. The letter is unclear, though it mentions that Carr is not long for this world. If I had to guess, that mask running around with your spider might know more.
So she worked, so Callio worked with Chakra in the past.
So it would seem.
But the letter just says that he's not long for this world, not that she was trying to take him out.
That much is true. And from what we know of Chakra, she was a talented seer. Though, why would she send it here? Why would she contact an order of people dedicated to rooting out the curse about Carr's fate? With premonitions of his death, nonetheless.
Perhaps the compact could have helped back then.
Perhaps, but this order is not as powerful as my position would lead you to believe. We hold secrets, but the only true power we have is my position on the council.
So you were as blind as anyone else for the search for Carr, and the only clue that we have about your order and its involvement is Chakra's warnings and relation with Callio.
I suspect Callio had something to do with your king's first disappearance. The letter doesn't mention him by name, but he seemed rather interested in the assignment he was given.
And causing a second one.
Possibly.
Second question, if you don't mind. How old are you?
He thinks back. I would be around 60 now, I think. It's hard to keep track.
So you don't know of any tales during the time that this occurred? Well,
No.
you have the letter, but
I was born well after it.
Just checking, Bright. You said 60?
Yep.
60.
Okay.
Ethan's like, we're well, not, no, we're not.
I'm older than you, lol. Respect your seniors, kid.
Pay my social security already.
So we're dealing with a man who can't count to 60.
Doge recently took away an eighth of Social Security because I figured he was too old.
Look, yes. Local Sadler, he's a harpy. He may be decursed, but I'm certain it's a harpy brain in there somewhere.
He
Or
seems
was
rather intelligent for a harpy, by the way.
For a formerly harpy-sized brain.
It's a shitty thing that Sabina doesn't know about what's his face, the progenitor of the curses.
Oktar.
Octa, right?
Yes, that's something she's gonna have to inquisit from Carr about.
Because all the shit could be avoided if the compact hadn't done this shit. And yeah, we would
Well,
have.
it could have been avoided even earlier if Carr didn't do his thing.
Oh no, Car's just going to kill Octa. That's his plan. After the sun is dead.
Look, Carr is juggling a great many villains right now. The sun is his primary concern, but he's figured that being prepared for war is the best way to avoid losing one.
In any case, you have Regular here to ask him any questions you have.
I'm forgetting questions.
He seems to no longer be keeping secrets.
And if that's the case, still, I do wonder why the hatred for my king.
Because I would not be like this if it weren't for his choices. Every single person born with this curse was a direct result of his actions.
It is quite possible you'd not be here at all, if not for his actions. But that's for,
I would rather...
some that we fates decide.
I would rather not exist than exist as a puppet of a thing that wants to eat the world.
Well, you cut your strings, and as did I in that case. I'm just grateful for the ability to keep living to experience this such. I have a great many questions, but I can't put to words all of them. The hostilities with the compact were brought about by the bounty. You have spoken on this. Was there anything else to elucidate about the nature of that encounter? For Willand was preparing for war, but there was no guarantee of invasion. Certainly not with the aid of Hagia until someone brought troops right into my sister's wedding.
Do you think we were unaware of the banditry you sent to our domain?
I am unaware of what you speak of.
Perhaps you might be, but I doubt your king is. No, this invasion of yours was pre-planned from the start. The bounty was a foolish compromise made by the council. I had advocated for a preemptive strike to cut off the head of the serpent, as it were. Willand does not stand well without its king. This has been evident throughout history. And with him gone, there would be no invasion. No one to keep the pact with Arkaine. However, the other counselors thought my decisions too rash, too quick to condemn a man to death, perhaps. Of course, the Grand Arcanist. Of course, the Grand Arcanist proposed this bounty idea. After all, he wanted Carr and your compatriots alive for study. I'm still unsure as to what you are. He looks at Aethif as he says that.
For study,
Though you do not
send
Though
mercenaries
you do not
to capture a foreign king and expect nothing to happen. Your council didn't seem to be too out of mind about your preemptive strike idea. They already had an army ready to march.
The bounty was meant to be an internal matter. Frankly, I had not expected some idiot mercenary band to set off and attempt to claim it before the war started. An oversight on my part, to be sure. Not one I will make again.
Truly. And the bounty wasn't uncoordinated. The same day that they had gone out to send the message, an army of more than 200 already was on the march to the border.
The army was stationed there long before.
Yes, before
We
word
keep it
even got back, though, they were marching.
We keep a detached force patrolling that area specifically to prevent incursions from Willand. I suppose we kept is the correct term to use.
As the course of the war is going, yes. There's no conciliation with Willand in your mind, is there?
Now that you have been brought into our fold, there might be. After all, I cannot in good conscience approve of Carr having anything to do with the compact and the way it's run. However, Sabina Callisto, that is more agreeable.
And what precisely are you proposing?
If you were to turn here now, your armies, if you could convince your king of such an action, and if we were to drive Arcanglia out of these lands, then having the compact as a puppet nation under your supervision would be an acceptable outcome.
She is somewhat astonished by this for a moment. And says it would be something I have to bring up to our king for.
I would ask that you bring it up. I would ask that when you bring it up to him and him alone. You now know the pull that the curse has on others of beast blood. You know they would try to intervene.
I still wish to do whatever I can to help those under it. But if we can avoid any unnecessary killing off of much of the innocent people of the compact, I would wish to expedite such a process. My thoughts are somewhat burdened as of now. Is there any possibility of revisiting these questions?
I have barred anyone with the name of Callisto from contacting me through my letters. They believe I'm died in that border skirmish. I would not wish them to know the truth. Not yet. However, as is tradition, you may pick a new name for yourself now that you have been reborn.
It's tradition to do so among the Order.
I'm
Considering
the
the
only
fact
one
that-
who lived. I make it tradition.
I unfortunately still rather enjoy my family.
Regardless,
Perhaps in the near future, I shall present you a name.
if you decide on one, I will keep my letters open to you.
Let us see how the steps forward go, and I shall put my full attention to such a thing. But
Speaking of the steps forward, he from the stacks of paper, he pulls out a golden-looking grimoire. This book contains some of the initial practices of attempting to cultivate opal. It should take you through the first few steps at least. Everyone's journey is unique, and so more than the first steps cannot be described in text.
she takes the and she takes it within her hands. Her eyes practically shining at the thought of new magical information.
The tome is a first edition. Do try to treat it well.
And it looks expensive to boot. I shall treat it well as best as my current state can.
I ask that if you cannot achieve peace with the compact, you do not mention the existence of this order to anyone within Willand.
On one condition.
Which is?
Tell me your former name. The full name.
I was Jem Callisto.
Damn. Damn, eldest son of the youngest daughter.
And what a fate to befall him. But these doors are open to you anytime. Though I would advise penning a letter to your king. It has been almost a day without word from you, and I'm sure he worries. If there is one thing the man cares for, it is family.
how it would be good for you to rejoin it once more.
I have often thought of it, and yet it never seemed in the cards.
Well, with this gift, if this is us concluded with the monastery, then I shall.
There are lots of texts here. Though you haven't been given a full introduction, you are now an initiate. The texts of these halls are yours to browse at your will. And you are welcome to stay here for as long as you need. I must return to the capital, and I will be setting off in a day.
How many days would it take normally to find a state of opal?
To achieve the full state would take a lifetime. But someone as talented as you, I give it a week before you see the first effects.
Then perhaps I shall stay at least a few days here. It is not if the capital's going anywhere.
My work in the capital needs my attention. But before I leave, he hands you a mask similar to his.
Alright, she inspects it thoroughly before putting it closer to her face.
It is a very well crafted mask. You can tell that the lens is it isn't just a face covering. The lenses have built-in zoom capabilities.
Ah, so it's the Dishonored mask.
More or less.
She is now an assassin.
For if you wish to exist unmolested by either family or strangers.
No. Then if this is a mask that turns me into a stranger, then you can call the stranger's name Tabitha.
What a lovely name.
The adjective word I would have used.
Now, I do not wish to keep you any longer. I will keep in touch to take your mind apart at my leisure.
I will attempt to respond in a timely fashion, provided your forces do not lay into our capital too soon. The other monks here, older members of the order, will be at your disposal, and I have told them that they are to answer any questions regarding further training. Though I would ask you turn to me for information. They do not know everything, and what they have might be outdated.
A question, in case of the war turning into a stranger way, how much influence do you have over the city?
The city of Poso is not mine to command. I have the monastery, and that's it, really.
to
Over the capital, my word mostly goes.
Is there
As
a
long
way
as
for
I-
you to provide word here strong enough that Poso submits to only the Willen banner as a neutral force rather than entirely compact, so that way we can protect much of the things here. I'm certain it can be
That not
defended
go-
on its own, but in the case that this place be threatened with siege by us,
I was under the assumption that that would go against your previous agreements with Arkaine.
to hell with Arkaine.
Agreed. I will contact the Grand Arcanist. His word in this city has a lot more sway than mine, and he has several favors to cash in.
I thank you for this.
I suppose that will mean I will stay here for a while longer then.
I look forward to your guidance.
And with that, I assume you just continue talking or begin practicing for the rest of the day.
Yeah, just continue talking. Then remember, send out letter to Carr just to inform him that she's survived the process. Has she been told that to not talk about decursing?
Sorry, is anything
Or-
else gonna happen? Because I actually
Yeah.
kind of
No,
don't
you're
see-
no that we are ending it here basically. So,
Okay.
You aren't banned from talking about it, but the exact process, specifically the relic pendants used in it, you probably shouldn't be going around mentioning.
She
Because
will,
as far as most people believe, those things don't even exist.
she will say that she went through some kind of ritual that would have threatened her life, but she pulled through it, and currently she's studying to maintain not being cursed. But hopefully this leads to Carr asking about Octo-related things.
Maybe.
And
Is there
she will also hint at there may be a chance of a better arrangement than was originally come forward with the council.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for running this.
All right, see.
Okay, see ya.
Thank you.
Well, I think that's a good place to end it, anyways.
Yep.
God, this went on long.
The Lord of Mondeviversa is going to be very pleased if that goes through.
The deal goes through. Suddenly, you are on the compact side.
The thing is, I'm pretty sure specifically what I said was I would keep this region from falling to the Republic in
I'm
exchange
phased.
for in exchange
All right. Well,
for
I'm ending
being
the
granted
video.
lordship over those two cities.
Well, I'm ending the
So-
video right now. Strangely enough, near the beginning of that, was our first viewer spike. Take care, everyone.